We welcome you today to our live stream. We'll be live streaming from 9:50 to 4:25 this afternoon. And I'd like to introduce our first presenting team, the University of Miami, with their project, Air Traffic Management Integrated System, ATMOS.
Thank you, Victoria. Hello, everybody. We are Team IBIS Solutions from the University of Miami, and we are extremely excited to be here with you today. We have our faculty advisor, Sane Martins, with us, and our other faculty advisor, Kim Grinfender, was unable to join us, but he is supporting from Florida. We are very excited that we actually made it here. Miami's been having quite the weather lately, and we just barely got out of the airport before the airport flooded. There was all sorts of delays. So we had our fingers crossed and we can finally uncross them. So we are very excited to present to you today ATMOS, the Air Traffic Management Integrated System. Our team consists of Joanna, Noel, Sophia, and myself, Kerrigan. Over the course of the next 20 minutes, we're going to talk about everything to do with our design, from our design thinking process, our design prototype, and then going into next steps and how we can carry our design into the future of air traffic management and technology in general. So the current inefficient system requires, kind of disrupts the seamless workflow of air traffic managers. The current system requires multiple clicks and maneuvers in order to complete a single task. There's transition challenges from over 57 separate legacy applications and a lack of customization options for users to set preferences. There's inconsistency among the graphical user interface, and overall this leads to a heavy cognitive load due to learning different behaviors and interactions within the system. So prior to this project, we actually had zero previous knowledge of air traffic management. So we looked to LinkedIn to connect with current and past traffic managers. From that, in our field research, we were actually able to go to the Miami Control Center from those connections, in which we were able to collect qualitative data in order to create empathy among our users and kind of see how they operate there, take a look at the system, and learn from all their expertise there. And this led us to conduct some additional interviews, and here is what we heard from those.
So this is what we heard. The less clicks, the better, right? It's a lot to switch over to constantly.
So translation, managers have to transition between multiple applications in order to complete a specific task.
I would just dial in and passively listen on during the planning webinar.
Not all managers are active during the 2-hour webinar.
I would have to physically print out multiple TMI models on paper to talk to my colleagues to find the best model.
Traffic managers would have to make multiple entries in one application for a single task.
So from this, we gathered some interesting insights. We didn't know that the workflow was a cyclical process. It was collaborative, yet not everyone was included. And we also found a disconnect between information and data flow.
So what does this mean? This means that users are being overloaded with information, which can cause them to bypass the important information and may lead to errors.
And this is important because this can affect the efficiency and safety of flight redirection for our NAS users. So an important design thinking principle is empathy and creating empathy for your users. So during this process, we created 2 personality types that are very different. One is more traditional, one is more modern. So we have Robin and Edward, who are users that are using the system right now.
So let's meet Edward. Edward is one of our future users, and he's a very experienced traffic manager who enjoys his day-to-day routine within the current system. He enjoys the workflow that he already has. Although he does feel some frustrations when having to open multiple windows in order to see a specific piece of information, do data entries, and just overall complete one single task and have so many windows open. So with this can lead to him being burnt out and frustrated with the system, which could impact the accuracy of him monitoring flights.
And then we have Robin, who's a young tech-savvy new hire who's excited to start her job. Sorry, guys. Thank you. She doesn't have a set workflow yet. She wants to be able to open up the program and know exactly where everything is, the layout, the tools at the start of her shift. And she feels that the current UI can be cluttered and overwhelming, and this disrupts her workflow. So we thought, what if there was a way to streamline the air traffic management process, enhance communication and collaboration between stakeholders, provide comprehensive and up-to-date information about weather conditions, airspace congestion, and potential conflicts, send notifications and alerts for critical flight information, and do all of this in one place.
We're revolutionizing air traffic management as Adobe and Microsoft have revolutionized communication and user-integrated experiences. Introducing Atmos, the Air Traffic Management Integrated System.
It's a modernized interface for traffic managers, offering a flexible and customizable layout focusing on the task at hand, delivering the most relevant information at the right time to maximize productivity and minimize user error. So these are just some key points from our design thinking process. We wanted a modernized interface for traffic managers. It's flexible and customizable for each user. We wanted to minimize clicks and spotlight information, have a simplified workflow, and a consistent look and feel for ease of use. So up here, I'm going to walk you through the core layout. So up here, we have the notifications living in the global navigation. This would include information like the title, when it was issued, when it expires, affected areas, and the status. Users have the option to create an event or dismiss it, and these are color-coded on level of hierarchy, so red being of high importance. On the side navigation or our panel, you'll find different apps. You'll see our dashboard, which is an overview of your most important apps. You'll find Atmos, a responsive canvas with a floating toolbar on the side, and apps, which would house the 57 legacy apps that are currently in the system for ease of transition for traffic managers. And we'll go more into this during the prototype. Like I said, this is the floating toolbar where traffic managers can adjust scope and parameters to create TMIs. This is a responsive canvas where you can spotlight apps and focus in on them. Here is a focus area with the live apps for a focused view and a comprehensive overview. And this is what Atmos would look, expanded and focused.
So going over some of the advantages of Atmos, first off, we have data integration. So Atmos consolidates all that important information into specific locations so that traffic managers know exactly where to go to find that information, and they can find it quickly and effectively without having to travel between different applications. Next up, the optimized workflow. So Atmos helps to streamline that workflow to kind of give traffic managers the next steps they need to take, prompt them, and directly bring them to the pages through the notifications. They can click create a case to directly bring them to that. Real-time updates. So we know it's very important to keep everyone involved and everyone on the same page. So Atmos has real-time updates that will notify all NAS stakeholders in order to keep that communication continually ongoing and continually open so that everybody's on the same page, whether it be through weather advisories or traffic updates, anything of the sort, so that all people are on the same topic and can get that information quickly. And our user-friendly interface. So within our design, we implemented key aspects that are already consistent with softwares and applications that traffic managers are actually using outside of their job on their day-to-day, whether this be through their smartphones, their computers, in-home devices, or TVs, etc. Those key, whether it be typography, colors, button sizes, button shapes, these are all consistent to already existing applications to kind of ease that transition to the new system and get that quick recognition for traffic managers to ease that cognitive load. And now I'll pass it over to Joanna and Noel that will walk you through the prototype based on the user case scenario.
Thank you very much, Kerrigan. I'm going to switch over now to the prototype. So in designing the prototype, we wanted to keep in mind that the traffic managers would be doing multiple tasks in a cyclical fashion. So there's the planning phase, the monitoring phase, there's reviewing, and there's logging information. So I'm going to walk through multiple tasks, and I used the user case that was provided to us by the TFM team. So thank you very much for that. In this situation, there's a severe weather event in the southeast region of the United States, and our traffic manager has been assigned to that region. The planning. An alert will come in at the start of the workday from the first PERDI plan that was held. Now, the traffic manager can access that event by going to the top alert system or going on the side panel and clicking on the PERDI plan to expand and see more information. The Atmos canvas is responsive and will modify based on whatever is being viewed at the moment. Since our PERDI plan is pertinent to our traffic manager, he will create a case and track the event. The case is created and a new tab is populated at the top in order to monitor that specific case. With Atmos, we have filters that allow the traffic managers to assess situations. So we have a radar filter, aircraft filter, and special events filter. In this case, the traffic manager only wants to focus on the radar, the weather at the moment. So he turns off what he doesn't need and just focuses on the radar. We mentioned earlier we have a toolbar. This is reminiscent to toolbars found in more creative functions such as Photoshop, and it can be manipulated and dragged anywhere on the canvas. So if our traffic manager was using 2 screens and the screen was spread across, or Atmos was spread across 2 screens, the toolbar could be moved wherever the traffic manager wanted to move it to. And our control panel on the left it will always be on the left-hand side. Now, the tools. This is where you will set your parameters for monitoring and creating traffic management initiatives. So you have to set the time. We can do that here. You apply your settings. You will select your control centers that might be affected by this weather event. You'll set other parameters, such as the altitude. And then you can move on to creating a flow constrained area, or FCA. The toolbar will allow you to expand this and choose the type of constrained area that you'd like to do. So you can either create a flow constrained area or a flow evaluation area. The tool is reminiscent of legacy apps to ease the cognitive load for previous traffic managers, and it allows new traffic managers to have an easier way to manage and move throughout the application. So let's go ahead and create an FCA. We'll be using the line tool and drawing directly onto the app. Task number 3, sending a traffic management initiative to the NAS users during the first planning webinar of the day. These are held every 2 hours, so it will be modified as the weather changes or new information is given to them. So the TMI on the toolbar is at the top of the toolbar because of the importance of it. It's at the top of the hierarchy. On expansion, you'll see the parameters that have been set previously are already pre-populated in the TMI program. There are multiple TMI programs that could be made, such as ground delay programs or airspace flow programs. In our case, we would like to create an airspace program, AFP, and we would like to share it through the webinar to get feedback. So we get confirmation that it has been shared. Task number 4, reviewing our communications of the new weather alert that we just created. Communications, as we mentioned, are on the panel on the left, and they also populate on the top. Traffic manager would like to either view or dismiss. In this case, they like to view the communication. Our panel expands, and the most recent activity shows the most recent alert. We can get a focused view on that communication. It'll populate from the center of the screen. With that information, we can close out our communications tab, and our screen will go back to a full focus view. Now, modifying the FCA, how do we do that? We just go back to our toolbar, input the new parameters, and make our changes. Very intuitive and hopefully integrated. Now, determining demand and capacity is a key function for most traffic managers, and having an efficient workflow is important to creating safety for our passengers and our pilots. The hourly program rate populates, and another key feature of Atlas is that you can tear off panels and position them anywhere you'd like on our responsive canvas. In this case, the panel is torn off because it will be used for a longer duration than perhaps just setting the time parameter or any of the other parameters. Now, for modeling the AFP, I'll be passing this on to one of our core designers, Joanna.
Thank you, Null. So now we're going to model the AFP. So to model the airflow program, the user will select the model tool and place it below the hourly program rate. They'll make sure the parameters are correct and they'll press model, view the results. And after they're all right with the results, they'll go ahead and save the model to view the results. So above will show the flight metrics, so the total effective flights in that area, along with the delay metrics and expected time, along with the difference of the time of the modeled program. So task 7, implement AFP by issuing an advisory. After sharing a new model, the traffic manager will be given feedback from NAS users in the webinar, and if everyone comes to an agreement, they would have to approve the model, and the traffic manager can implement the AFP by issuing an advisory. So they'll go ahead and close the GDT model and the hourly program rate, and they'll navigate to TMI tool to implement the AFP. However, in some cases, they'll get a message from the severe weather unit that the current weather event in place is not really a concern, so they would go ahead and cancel the event, close the case, and log the TMF actions. So to cancel, to open up the TMI tool, we'll show the confirmation if they're sure to cancel the TMI. Yes, application will appear. We also view this cancel state of the AFP program to view it and to show that the program has been canceled. So after monitoring, they can log the TFM actions. So during the end of the workday, they can log the TFM actions by closing out the case. By closing out the case, it will repopulate the data into the log. They'll navigate to the log panel that will show the NTML. So from here, it'll be a responsive repository of all the cases during that day, the National Traffic Management Log. So if the user selects the current case, they can view any advisories of that case. And with the actions complete, they can go ahead and review and learn from those actions to inform and predicted their most future events. I'm going to go ahead and do the rest of the tasks to carry in.
Thank you, Joanna. Okay, so Atmos is going to be the standard to improve the workflow for all air traffic managers. With Atmos, air traffic managers will be able to focus effectively on their task with that focused workspace with minimized clicks and maneuvers based on where things are located on the screen. They can customize the layout and set preferences that are specific to them, their personality, and their workflows. They can experience optimized multitasking again on that focused workspace by being able to drag applications around and place things where they find it most efficient, and communicate with enhanced features and tools. Here at Team IBIS Solutions, we are always looking towards the future to see how we can improve and expand and grow and revolutionize Atmos as it currently is.
So some of these proposed new steps, we are already thinking of some design improvements that we can implement for better integration. So this is an updated view of Atmos. We removed some features from the floating toolbar to minimize clicks. So let's say the user wants to see layers. Layers will pop out. You'll see weather, aircraft, airports, events, zone. I want to see all weather, maybe not all weather. Let's drop those first three. Click done. That's what I'm left with. All right, let's go to aircraft. All right, maybe not all of these aircraft. I need 3. Okay, maybe just 1. Let's go. When I hover over an aircraft, I should get some information on it. But when I click on it, I'll get an expanded view of that. Then moving on, for the time, I want to see the duration of this. I can have a start date, end date, and I have a scroll for the actual hour minute. This is a good visual cue for users. Then I can open up my hourly program rate, add my parameters, and my scope, and modeling options. Let's go to scope. I want to select those first 3 centers and add them. I can check my altitude here. Let's say I want to raise that ceiling. I can raise it, same scroll feature. And then I want a model. This is similar to the legacy app, but users have now the feature to scroll on it. I'll save it. And this is what it would look like altogether. Another key design thinking principle is product testing. So we want to continue to user test with current traffic managers and people who are just using the system to allow us to explore other personalities that we haven't had the chance to interact with yet. This would create more empathy for our users, so we'll know more of their wants and their needs. As emerging technologies are becoming more readily available and standardized, we can actually look to extended reality as a viable option. So this includes virtual and augmented reality. So it actually has like some interesting dynamic interactions with data. We can see spatial relationships can be more accurately measured and interpreted. There are some interesting collaborative training opportunities for maybe students who are learning how to use the program. And it creates engaging and realistic communications. So an important aspect to remember is that Atmos is scalable, and that applies to these emerging technologies. And we want to think bigger to what Atmos can be. So you guys were talking about in 10 years, you have to think 10 years ahead. We want to think now, and in 10 years, it's definitely going to be a very viable option.
Thank you so much for all your time and attention and for having us today. We'd love to hear any comments you may have or any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the University of Miami team. We're going to start our Q&A session with our judges. Judges, you have microphones on your tables that you can speak into. There should be 2 per judge. And Matt, would you like to begin?
I'll begin with one brief question for you, and I'm going to invite my fellow judges quickly to throw things out. But how did you, when you introduced your user personas, that I thought were fantastic and right on target, how did you balance the tension between those 2 different perspectives, personas, as you then developed your design? What specific decisions did you make maybe as a result of those 2 personas?
Great question. I think I could take that on. In our field research, that is kind of like what we saw. That's what we were exposed to. We saw 2 very different users using this, and you could even see it in their workflow, their workstations, what they're going through. And we got a lot of valuable feedback from those users. So that's really what our design is based off, is what the users told us they want to see. When we were in the center, we saw a lot of dragging around, which is reducing efficiency. I need more clicks to perform the same action. That's not really effective. So a lot of our design is based off our user research and feedback we got after stress testing this with a retired traffic manager.
We spoke a lot with a retired traffic manager. Shout out to Rob, who's probably on the live stream.
Hey, Rob.
He gave us a lot of valuable insight about like what his process was. And that's, I think, why we chose to keep those legacy applications there. So with a created style guide, they can be updated to the new interface, but kind of, again, that ease of transition from a more experienced traffic manager to someone who's maybe just starting out. The experienced traffic manager might just gravitate more towards using the legacy applications at first while they're getting used to the interface and then switch over.
Melissa, you can go ahead.
Hi, good morning.
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 We agreed we're all just going to jump in. I'm Wayne Hubbard. I'm at the Command Center. So excellent presentation, number of questions. One question I have was about the communication tab and the NTML. What are the differences between those two functions, and how do you envision those working together or separately?
Perfect question. I see the communications tab as more as a chat almost for the system. So this is kind of reminiscent of Teams on Microsoft if you've used it. This is where I can easily chat with Kerrigan and say, hey, Kerrigan, there is an emergency. I need you to do this.
Or set up those webinars, other conferences and calls that might be there versus the NTML being more data heavy and information based.
You did a very nice job at the beginning, kind of identifying and summarizing the weaknesses of our current system and the fact that we have so many different applications. But looking at your design, you can see a lot of the panels that very directly trace to existing things. Can you talk a little bit about what you thought were the trade-offs were of going with more integration, of taking the current existing pieces and melding them together versus the approach where you've kind of kept them a little bit familiar and separate?
Yeah, so that was actually a really big challenge we had when we first started. We thought these processes are silos. So I'm going to analyze and I'm going to analyze here. I'm going to review and I'm going to review here. And we thought we could break these up into 4 stages. But we found that there's a lot of overlap between these processes. So it wasn't fair almost to section off every app to its own process, because a lot of these things overlap. So we found that this sort of separation minimizes confusion.
So you didn't, I would have thought that your approach would have been more of integrating them more than what it appears you did. And what was your trade-off? Did you think was your trade-off there?
Yeah, so there's, Noel probably can speak a little bit more to this, the difference between Atmos versus the legacy applications. So the legacy applications are just again, the updated current applications that still exist within the system. And then Atmos is more of, yes, there are some pieces that are a little separated just because of the difference in creating things, but kind of integrate and flow together in terms of how Atmos prompts the next step for the user. So based on if a notification appears, they can click on it and access the tool that they need right away versus just viewing the notification and then going to the tool. So in that realm, we kind of chose to integrate that way on those almost prompted next steps for the managers.
And with Atmos being a scalable application, we can always improve and add tools to our application that were reminiscent or used in the legacy app. So that's how we went forward in at least ideating this development.
Thank you guys for going first. I know it's always nerve-wracking. You did a great job. The question I have is about your control panel that's on the left side with links to applications. When you showed your more recent updates to the design, I didn't see that panel there. And my question was really about that panel seems to be the only thing that's there and not movable, not hideable, with the concern always being there for screen real estate. I thought your dynamics were really great, that you can move stuff around and expand stuff dynamically, and seemed very slick and cool. What were your thoughts about that control panel? Does it go away eventually and get replaced with some of the buttons and controls at the top, or is it still there?
Thank you. Actually, that's just a redesign of Atmos. So that's the expandable canvas that you see. So Atmos lives in the system, and the navigation and the global navigation are like set in stone. So we were just showing a redesign of our canvas.
I see. So it was just kind of the internal pieces that you were redesigning.
Yes.
There were some really great ideas in there, by the way. I heard a
Thank you.
little like gasp over here from Shauna.
Thank
She
you.
really
We love
liked
gas.
one too. So any thoughts on making that part collapsible or movable or something?
Yeah, I definitely think if traffic managers don't need to go to that very frequently, and it could just almost be collapsible or something where you go to the side of the screen and it automatically appears and goes away when you move to the side of the screen. Those are definitely good improvements that could be made in the future for this.
Just to add on to that, when we were on site, we saw that some people had dual monitors, and we found some research that said 70% of the time users are going to the left side of their screen. So if I'm using a dual monitor, I want my navigation to be on the left, so it's always there, so I'm not having to drag my mouse all the way from when I'm switching my monitors. But yeah, with user testing, we can definitely remove that if that's something that users would want.
So I'll echo Tanya. I'm actually working with the FAA on building another system for the towers, and that's a gripe of ours is having to click tiny little windows that you can't see from 3 feet away on a little tiny X thing. So the dynamic resizing of windows is a significant improvement over something we're building and actively deploying right now. So at the end, you talked about, 10 years down the line, we need to be ready for this kind of technology. And something that's ongoing right now, of course, is, ChatGPT is a big thing, AI, machine learning. Something that I think is hampering traffic flow management a little bit right now is that there's a lot of dependency on somebody who, like Wayne, who has multiple responsibilities, multiple inputs and outputs coming in and out of his brain. And variance between TMs and their experience, they might take a slightly different approach in how they manage something. They still have to do a lot of manual clicking, even in this. Did you guys take any consideration for doing like either some sort of AI type approach for maybe streamlining instead of relying on the TM to make a cognitive decision, but rather analyzing what's going on in this scenario and kind of thinking ahead?
Yeah, actually, if you go to the Purdy plan and you'll get those models pop up, those are all predictive models. So what is the weather going to look like? We said it right here, like weather can change in 4 hours. It happened to us yesterday. 1 minute it was hot and sunny. We were like, we need shade, we need to go under a tree. And then we're like running around, like getting poured on. So if you actually go into Purdy plan, this is using machine learning based on previous cases that are flying around the same area. And we'll actually give you next suggested steps. So it'll actually tell you, put in some ground delay programs for Florida airports, create an AFP and some playbook routes. Thank you.
Where do you see what you have on the screen there right now, the white panel? Do you see that being one tab in a browser?
So that panel, when you click on the Purdy plan, is it just expands out from the side. And then when you leave the Purdy plan, it goes away.
But this is one tab within the browser, and then within the browser, within that tab, you have multiple panels. And then potentially the user has multiple instances of these across multiple browser tabs?
Are you asking about for the different cases?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, so these are different cases.
Okay. And so you see each case living in a separate browser tab?
Yeah, so we thought a big thing is working on multiple cases at the same time, right? We thought, well, what if we work on one, but that's just not realistic. You have to go back, analyze, modify. So here you can open up maybe a couple, 3, 5, 7 cases. I don't know how many you're working on, but so you could switch over from your cases and the applications would stay the same and you have the same tools for every case.
Thank you.
So I have a question. Thank you for the presentation. Very good.
Thank you.
So I'm a human factors practitioner, and I call myself a overpaid step counter. And so I always look at how many steps that it takes to get something done. And I see some really good examples of where you have removed steps, but you always need to provide feedback to the users. So one of the things that I saw, for example, is an opportunity really, is you finish a case and it goes into the NTML, but there's no indication on the log that there actually is something new. Or you may actually want to think about, well, if there's nothing special going on, we can actually skip that whole process, and only when something needs the attention of the traffic manager, we indicate that there's something new to pay attention to. So I see that you've cut down steps quite a bit already. I think there's still opportunity to go even further than that. But yeah, very, very good. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Here's a fun one. What is the significance of your team name, the Team IBIS?
So the IBIS is actually the mascot of University of Miami. We are the Hurricanes, but our official mascot is the ibis bird, and they are actually the last bird to leave during a hurricane. So it kind of represents resilience and, withstanding all odds. They're the very, very last animal bird to leave right before a hurricane.
And the first ones to come back.
So
We had a hurricane in
FAAs.
1920.
Yeah, I had no idea about any of that. Thank you.
Yeah, they tell us that in the orientation.
If you don't know that as a freshman,
It's
just
like so memorized in all of our brains. We don't know why. She knows what I'm talking about. There you go.
Well, thank you. I enjoyed your presentation, especially going to be an end user of it. So I thought it was a refreshing look. I do have a question about the toolbar. I noticed on your redesign that you eliminated some of the features and combined them back, because that was one of my first questions. Why did you all separate so many? But it looks like on the new design, was that from user feedback?
Yeah, that was just some stress testing that we did, and we thought, let's give them a fresher look. Like, let's try to improve this even more before our presentation. And this is just something we found that helps minimize clicks. So like you said, the click counter, we just want to reduce that and simplify the workflow even more. And including these visuals, it helps users to navigate the system even easier than what we had before.
Okay, then I have a second question about the NTML log. I think it was like once you close the case, everything that the air traffic or the traffic management coordinator did, that will go into the log. So every step would be input into the log.
Yeah, so everything would be pre-populated to kind of reduce that amount of having to have multiple windows open and transferring the data and maybe making an error in that.
No, I like it because after a long shift at the end of the day, when you're trying to remember what happened and you're doing your supervisor log for the day, it's nice to know that that will all automatically be populated in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this could also be where you want to see that cloud support system coming in.
I have one more for you guys. So you didn't spend too much time on it, but I heard you mention a style guide, and I know that it was in your paper as well. So I see style guide as a human factors practitioner, gets me really excited. How did you develop and apply the style guide in the creation of this?
Awesome question. As UX designers, that's like what we focus on the most, I think. Yeah, but it's true. We had a style guide before, but we redesigned from our old design. So we took the same elements like the navigation, but we wanted to make it a little bit longer so it's easier to read for legibility purposes. We kept the same global navigation on top, but we took out some information that might have been too cluttering. And we kept like a similar layout. We kept our overall vision there where we wanted to be scalable and flexible for each user.
Yeah, so that would be something going forward that we would create a full-blown style guide, but we did use all consistent components with a component library and color choices and typography and all that.
I'm just going to also add, I love that you have the Zulu time as well as the local time. That's a big plus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's something we found during our field research. We were like,
we couldn't keep track between Zulu and regular time.
we were like,
so.
what is Zulu time? We were like, and yeah, That was a
Do we have any other questions from our panel?
I'll ask another fun one. What was the most interesting thing you learned about traffic flow management during all of this?
There's a lot of acronyms.
yes. So
Big learning curve there. We had a whole document with all the acronyms listed out.
we had a whiteboard in our classroom or like where we would practice. It was covered. It was
Lots of acronyms.
insane. Also, managers, their keyboards in the centers are backwards. So they're not normal keyboards. They are backwards. That was confusing.
I love how you said that without hesitation and with a very straight face. That was the answer. How did the piece that you showed in navigating through this prototype, and then you showed the second section on enhancements, I didn't follow how you made the distinction. Was it that you built this prototype and you were thinking through a redesign of it for enhancements, but it wasn't quite as mature yet? Is that what you were saying? Okay.
Yeah, so we had the original prototype, and then this was after kind of just some more things after talking with retired traffic managers that we wanted to implement based on their feedback from that. And so this is just kind of how we consolidated and integrated Atmos just a little bit more, especially in terms of those filters and the toolbar, just overall reducing that cognitive load, getting as little as possible on the screen as we could, with still allowing them to complete their job effectively.
Other questions?
Not a question, but more of a comment and a compliment on the Purdy plan. The benefits of implementing the strategy through the Purdy plan and the ops plan, translating that into the automation, and then having that being targeted regionally is a very powerful concept. Insofar it integrates the philosophy of system operations, and you picked up on the scan, the natural flow that we go about addressing these issues, and presents an end-to-end continuity of each part of the decision-making process. And so there's a lot in there that's embedded. There's a lot in the Purdy plan, as you already probably have picked up on, but when we talk about triggers, critical decision windows, and then the post-op, when we're trying to recreate what happened and when those critical events and decisions were made, there's quite a bit of possibility there. So I think that's a very good piece, and something I'll probably be talking a lot more about as we go. So
thank you so much.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
when we went to the Miami Control Center, we were actually there the right time when the webinar happened, and they walked through the Purdy plan. So that was very informational and very usable to have that information to use and implement into our design. So thank you.
That's also where we pulled some of our quotes from, where our traffic manager was like, well, this is going on, but it really doesn't pertain to me, but listen to how they speak, listen to their verbiage.
Other questions from our panel?
And so I think you had mentioned that some of the panels you can tear off. So for example, could you tear off the Purdy plan and set that aside on your right monitor if you have it available?
So the idea is that anything that's on the left-hand side is more permanent, but you can expand it. We do have that icon here to focus more on the Purdy plan if you'd like to. The tear-off function was not considered, but we don't see why not.
Definitely something we can implement going forward.
All right. We will come back to you in just a few moments if you have any other questions. But for now, I'm going to turn it over to the audience. If you have questions for the team up on the stage, we have a microphone at the back that we invite you to go to. But right now, if you just want to raise your hand, I'd be happy to come to you.
Hi, my name is Sinan from the University of Michigan. First of all, thanks so much for your presentation. Really, really cool GUI concept. One thing I'm curious about, I know you mentioned kind of taking inspiration from existing software out there like Photoshop, what were some of the other kind of like applications that you've used that kind of gave you inspiration or kind of guided how you designed your GUI concept?
Great question. Thank you. So yeah, we did look at Photoshop, but we also saw some 3D modeling software, which has, I don't know if you guys have ever used it, but a lot of features. But you're still able to use it even if it's your first time. So we were trying to grab like that concept of visual cues and helping the user navigate the system. We also use for like the communications, Teams from Microsoft. So having that more integrated, love Microsoft.
And Apple, and just kind of trying to pick out those little pieces that users might already be using in their day-to-day life just to kind of reduce that transition. Thank you.
Yeah, even our typography is similar to Apple's, not precise, but similar to reduce that mental, like that cognitive overload and to fit the user's mental model.
Thank you. Other questions from the audience?
Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Zubin Patel. I'm a junior engineer with FMDS. Fantastic presentation, by the way. So you guys mentioned you were communicating with a retired traffic manager as you were designing this UI. My question is, if he saw this final project, did he have any notable, comments about the final project?
Yeah, so we showed him our original prototype, which was our full prototype walkthrough. And then from that, there was still some notes that he made were just, his whole thinking was kind of how can you reduce the amount of clicks and the amount of maneuvers you're taking. He found the current system a little frustrating too. That's where we based our user personality Edward off of. And so he kind of pointed out some ways that we can maybe consolidate and make it even tighter. And that's why we wanted to include our redesign with that too.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Other questions? All right, back to our panel. Do we have further questions for the team? Thank you very much. Oh, one more?
One quick question. So the update indications across the top, like those kind of alerts, if you have multiple going on in the background, or so I don't know if this was part of your plan, but if you do have multiple going in the background, do they rotate, or is there an indication that you have multiple alerts across the top, or is it just the static one for the Purdy plan update?
So it's color coded, so it would show you like the most important ones first.
Okay.
So it would.
And then as you can see on the highlighted Purdy plan, there's a little red dot. So if any changes are made to any of those side tabs, a red dot will show up showing that there's a notification, maybe something that needs to be addressed.
And there you would see the multiple alerts.
Okay. Any further questions from the panel? Do we have any questions from our live stream? All right, seeing one more question over here. If you don't mind coming over to the mic. Thank you.
So I'm Alicia Fernandez, supporting the FMDS team, the systems engineering side. One of the things that I know you talked about multitasking and supporting kind of multiple tasks at the same time, but it wasn't clear to me how your design really supports that. And what are some of the tasks that you were considering your users to be working simultaneously, and how does your design support that?
So we were thinking if I have multiple cases, I might be modeling in two at the same time, or modeling one, analyzing the other. Our design supports that with our tabs feature, where you can go through our different cases, and our cases, I don't know if you noticed, but we made like a code for them. So start with, I know you guys said like we're not just operating out of the US. When we went to the Miami, it told us that sometimes it goes like it overflows into like Cuba and the islands. So it'd be like the country and then the region and then the date it was featured and then the time.
Yeah, so the code is very specific to like that case based on location and time and the number of case it is.
And I just wanted to be clear, were you talking about the cyclical process of managing traffic? Is that how?
No, I think that the cases is really covering what I was asking about. I think I missed the real discussion of that. Did you happen to have a proposed design for the cases? Because I see it now in part of the menu. Do you happen to have a sketch of what that case is, what it looks like when you click on that?
It would be
Or at least
reminiscent.
kind of an overview of what that would look like.
It's not designed, but it would be reminiscent of the pullout when you see the Purdy plan. So there would be that column, or the communications log would be more accurate for the cases.
Thanks. And again, I want to echo everybody else. It was a great presentation and a lot of good work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? One more. We have about 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Tommy Tran. I am with San Jose State University. I would like to just, state a comment that I view your consideration for VR and AR pretty cool. It's difficult seeing new technologies try to be integrated with like how immature it is. So your guys' consideration of that is, yeah, pretty cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have like a extended reality lab at our school. So we're big supporters of extended reality and virtual and augmented. There's a lot of cool opportunities there. And in 10 years, with that Apple headset coming out, super standardized.
Okay. Thank you very much, Miami. Seeing no more questions, let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
And for our live stream group, I just want to tell you we're going to take a short break from 10:45 to 11. We will see you again at 11 o'clock with the University of Michigan Ann Arbor team. Welcome back, everyone, to the FAA TFM-AID Challenge Forum. I am happy to introduce our next presenting team from the University of Michigan Ann Arbor and their presentation on AMAZE, a unified GUI for FMDS.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sinan Abdulhaq. I'm an industrial engineering major, and I spent 11 months as a co-op with Delta's air traffic management team.
Hello, my name is Tyler Cravetti, and I am a recent graduate from the School of Information, specializing in information analysis.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kate Shen, and I'm also a recent graduate with a degree in art and design and a UX minor.
Our faculty advisor is Dr. Maxley, and we are so excited to present our research prototype demo and prototype demo of AMAZE, a unified GUI for FMDS.
So before we get started today, I want to tell you a short story that happened to me exactly 5 weeks ago. So I was going from RSW, Fort Myers, to LaGuardia in New York City. And what happened was everything was going super smoothly. I was thinking to myself, fantastic. No one's sitting to me next to the plane. Everyone's is on time, and we're about to depart and arrive early. But, life is not that simple. So I ended up being on a plane for more than an hour, and then the captain took over the intercom, and he was like, sorry, folks, but we're waiting for new reroute for our plane due to weather reasons. And immediately I texted our group, and I was like, guys, I know something that might help us speed up this delay process. So that being said, we're super honored to be here to present to you guys of our design for FMDS. And for the past 6 months, we have been tackling the problem of how the current TFMS has 20 plus interfaces and it creates a tedious AFP workflow for the current NTMSs and is running on a legacy infrastructure. So our job has been to design a user-centered GUI for FMDS that unifies different tools and is backed by user interviews of the FAA and industry stakeholders. So in our presentation today, we're going to present some of the user research, design iterations, and an interactive prototype.
Let's kick things off by talking about our user research methods. Now, we conducted a lot of interviews, and although we didn't get a single job offer, we did get rich user feedback from FAA and industry stakeholders. We connected deeply with traffic managers like Jen Ross and TFMS subject matter expert Kurt Kaler to understand their needs, how they collaborate with colleagues, and pain points with the current interface. And we didn't stop there. We engaged with airline operators like Delta to determine where NAS customers fit into the interface, and we vetted our design concepts with NASA, which included human factors engineers and former ATD2 analytics leads.
Let's move on to the 3 most prevalent takeaways from these interviews. The first takeaway is that the current TFMS interface and workflow is disjointed, leading to NTMS's triaging tasks. Our user research shows TFMS consists of over 20 interfaces. This large quantity adds clutter and creates confusion for NTMS, and every time users jump between applications is an opportunity for error or distraction. We found that when NTMS are overwhelmed, logging for NTML purposes falls down their priority list, and it can even be forgotten. We also found that NTMS use Zoom, phone, and email, where jumping between these applications is yet another opportunity for error or distraction. Our next takeaway is how interconnected the NAS is. To create an interface to replicate the AFP workflow, our team had to really understand how NTMS work with AFPs. We learned that there are many NAS constraints involved in determining the need for an AFP, weather being one of them. We also learned how AFPs work alongside other TMIs, such as ground stops and GDPs. All this goes to show that when working with AFPs, NTMS must be focused on numerous aspects at once. The final takeaway is how impact summaries can be a key decision support tool for NTMS. We learned that the ability to summarize AFP impacts, such as delay metrics, support NTMS in making informed decisions as quickly as possible. Another finding is how the command center has a higher level view than facilities, and that they view NAS-wide constraints.
So, as Tyler has mentioned just now, we have learned a lot from our takeaways. So from there, we developed a problem statement and worked towards our solution. So the problem statement is as follows. TFMS's 20+ interface environment creates an inconsistent, tedious user experience for an NTMS's AFP workflow that lacks cohesiveness among the application's tools, compounded by extensive user training requirements that lack modern user experience design heuristics. So as we have mentioned briefly, the current TFMS users are experiencing an overload of 20+ interfaces, which leads to extensive training requirements. They also had to repeatedly input the same information into different areas on TFMS, while also had to free text log for NTML. And lastly, the multiple disconnected communication channels can lead to information dispersed across different multiple channels, such as like Zoom, email, or phone calls. So in an ideal situation, the future FMDS users will have one interface that combines several functionalities. It will have a learnable GUI that is easy for onboarding. It will also have automation-assisted NTML for decreased logging burden, especially during peak workload hours. And lastly, they will have a collaboration tool centralized for a communication channel across the FMDS in order to share information easily with other personnel and facilities. In order to close a gap between the current state and the future state, we're going to introduce our product, Amaze.
Let's talk about Amaze, our interactive user-centered GUI concept for FMDS. It unifies vital traffic management tools under one interface and streamlines the AFP workflow for NTMSs. With user needs driving every design decision, we've developed an interface to address the pain points of traffic managers, minimize user training, and strengthen collaborative decision-making, or CDM. It also meets all requirements stated in the FAA's TFM-AID handbook. Our user interviews allowed us to really understand traffic managers and their AFP workflow. And from that, we designed 3 core functionalities that together create an enhanced yet familiar AFP workflow tailored to NTMSs. It begins with evaluating AFP need by viewing weather, rocket launches, and other NAS constraints. After AFP need has been established, users can model an AFP with shareable impact statistics and revamped FSM graphs. Lastly, users can monitor their AFPs and other FEAs or FCAs with user-centered viewing modes. Let's take a closer look at these 3 core functionalities, starting with evaluating. In evaluating, users can overlay NAS constraints on an expansive TSD style map. We learned from Jen Ross, a former command center traffic manager, that severe weather plays a key role in determining AFP need. So we've included a playback feature that allows you to see how NAS constraints, including weather, are changing over time with customizable forecast durations. We also learned that users often use pre-existing FEAs and FCAs. So you can access those via our search bar, or you can draw a custom one with our drawing tool. Lastly, we have a constraint summary, which shows you how NAS constraints are impacting a specific ARTC. Next, let's talk about modeling. We learned from Jen Ross, a former Command Center traffic manager, that when modeling AFPs, Command Center NTMSs begin with a baseline proposal and tinker on it to create revisions. That's exactly how Amaze's modeling feature works, so it'll feel familiar, and you'll see this more in action later in our interactive demo. A data card summarizes how AFP proposals will impact flights, and users can pair a proposal with another TMI or share it via our built-in collaboration feature. Lastly, let's talk about monitoring. Users can take advantage of our multi-FSM plot view to quickly launch up to 8 FSM graphs at once and leverage presets to save frequently viewed regions of airspace together. To accommodate different viewing preferences, we've included several viewing modes, and users can see AFP revision history. They can revise or purge AFPs, all directly from monitoring.
We'd like to highlight 2 more features Amaze has to offer, starting with our drawing tool. Similar to Adobe's pen tool, our drawing tool allows NTMS to draw FEA or FCA lines, as well as segmented AFPs, then input parameters to view a data card summarizing the demand capacity impact. It's adjusted by NASA's Human Factors team. This tool helps facilitate evaluation of the NAS. To add support for segmented AFPs, we interviewed Jen Ross, a ZJX ATM who helped design the segmented AFP strategy.
Another feature that we decided to incorporate into FMDS is the collaboration tool. And you might be familiar with like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, email, etc. And we took a lot of inspiration from those. So you might be wondering to yourself, then why do we need another collaboration tool in FMDS if we have so many other resources, right? So our reasoning is that rather than having the NTMS navigate themselves across different collaboration platforms, they can easily share information with other personnel and facilities without having their own workflow being interrupted. And we're going to show some more features in our demonstration later.
So speaking of that, who's ready for an interactive demonstration of Amaze?
Woo.
Yeah. All right, so just to start, Amaze is a 2-monitor application. Throughout this demonstration, you'll see us switch between the left monitor, which is currently shown, and the right monitor. Not much is going on right now, but sit tight, things will soon change. For now, let's go back to the left monitor to talk about our dashboard. Dashboard provides concise NAS updates in one place. NTMS can view information from the NAS status dashboard, which is familiar to many users, as well as a weather forecast map with cloud tops. Hyperlinks to vital resources such as the ops plan and playbook are included, as well as frequently used weather tools such as the Aviation Weather Center portal. Dashboard also allows NTMS to prepare for their day. On the right, a schedule depicts upcoming meetings. And to help plan meetings, users can view colleagues' schedule through search. I'd like to move on to evaluating, where NTMS evaluate NAS constraints and identify demand capacity imbalances. Using the global navigation bar, let's access our map view, and we'll search for the Jacksonville constraint summary. All constraints affecting ZGX are neatly summarized, where users can select a checkbox to view the airway closures due to that constraint. On the left, you'll see our layers tool. This tool is used to overlay NAS constraints onto the TSD style map. Users can make selections more granular for some categories. For example, you can select between different aircraft categories. You may also notice how we've included UAVs, as we've learned these are gaining increasing prevalence as a NAS constraint. But for now, let's select weather, rocket launches, and military airspaces. And now we can see these are overlaid on the map. Perfect. Next, I'd like to talk to you about our drawing tool, which is used to draw custom FEA or FCA lines. With every click, a line segment is drawn where there's an undo feature included in case users make a mistake. Let's complete our drawing and hit done. At this point, NTMS do have the ability to make a line segmented, but we won't do this for now. Let's give our FEA a name, and after inputting parameters, hit done. You'll notice that 3 things happened. First, a visual depiction of the FEA line is shown, its name, and a data card summarizing metrics about air traffic passing through FEA 001. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on the right monitor. You'll see that a data card has now populated with details such as rate, where NTMS can also click on this button to view a corresponding FSM graph. Well, let's go back to the left monitor.
Hey, Tyler, that weather does not look good at all. We should probably tell someone about. It looks like someone beat me to it. We've just received a chat message from the Jacksonville thread alerting us of that weather in the southeast. Let's click on this chat message to be taken to the thread where the conversation is unfolding. All right, so looking at that weather and that rocket launch, I'm feeling the pit in my stomach. I think we're going to need to model an AFP. But before we do that, let's clean up our workspace by hitting remove card, going back to the left monitor, and switching over to modeling. In modeling, we have all the tools at our fingertips needed to find the right solution to that demand capacity imbalance. Now, we've demonstrated how you can draw a custom FEA or FCA using our drawing tool, but what if you want to search for an existing one? Well, you can do that right up here. Let's search for Jack 7, one which I'm sure many of you will be familiar with. Let's input our rates, starting with a 79 rate and other model parameters, and hit Add Proposed AFP. Immediately, we get a data card summarizing how our AFP proposal will impact flights, and that red text there tells us that we haven't addressed the demand capacity imbalance. Let's check out what happened on the right side. On the right monitor, we get an expanded data card, and we can see an FSM graph. Let's go back to the left monitor. Now, what if we wanted to tinker on our baseline proposal, say change the rate? Well, we can do that right here by let's change the rate from 79 to 94 and hit Add Proposed AFP. Right away, we get an updated data card for this revised proposal, and the green text tells us that we've addressed the demand capacity imbalance. Let's go to the right monitor, and we see that we get another data card for that revised proposal, and we notice that it has a blue outline, which tells us that this data card is selected. Now, when a data card is selected, you can do a couple things. First, you can pair the proposal with another TMI, or share it via our built-in collaboration feature. Kate, tell us more about the collaboration feature.
Yeah, so as we have talked briefly in our presentation, our collaboration feature helps the NTMS workflow to be not interrupted. So in this case, let's share this data card into the ZJX channel, and the person can do so by easily clicking on the share button. And let's say the user wants to schedule a meeting to talk about this data card. They can do so easily by clicking on the schedule meeting button here, or we added a feature called the hotkeys feature, where the person can type in /schedule-meeting. And by clicking enter on the keyboard, this pop-up will appear in the text box, and the user can send the meeting into the ZJX channel. And while we're on the topic of hotkeys, let's navigate ourselves to the settings menu, where users can add more hotkeys, customize their notifications, their map view, or their user profile. And like many other applications that you're familiar with, such as Zoom, people can easily join calls by clicking on the join call button here, mute themselves or unmute themselves, share their screen if they have to, or exit their call.
Thanks, Kate. It looks like this AFP proposal will work. So we have two options for implementation. First, we can schedule the AFP to be implemented for a later time, or we can implement it immediately with that green button. Let's click the green button, and we get a confirmation window to finalize details for implementation. Here, we can finalize the end time for the AFP, and when we hit that implement button, Amaze will automatically push an AFP create message to NTML. But we have this optional text box for more details. Let's type in some rationale and hit implement. Now we're back on the left monitor in the monitoring workflow, and we see an FSM graph of that AFP that we just made. Now let's talk about NTML for a moment. We know NTML is vital for cross-facility coordination and for receiving updates on happenings in the NAS. We've made NTML easy to access by having it live on the bottom left of the monitor, and a blue circle gently notifies users of the number of new messages in NTML since they last viewed it. Let's click on NTML to expand it, and we see our AFP create message right there, the second tile. We can click on the tile to expand it and see that rationale that we typed in that optional text box. In NTML, we can also search for keywords. Let's search for Mile and Trail, issued by New York Center. There it is. Let's close out of NTML and talk about some of our options for viewing FSM graphs in monitoring. We've created a multi-FSM plot view functionality, which allows you to quickly launch up to 8 FSM graphs at once. Let's click on multi-FSM plot view to open the tool, and we can manually search and add different FEAs and FCAs via this search button here. Let's add a couple. And once we're happy with our selection, let's hit View Plots. Switching over to the right monitor, we see all 6 plots right there displayed. Now let's talk about some of the improvements we've made to FSM graphs in Amaze. First, we've increased font sizes to make FSM graphs more readable and reduced visual clutter by removing grid lines. And we use color thoughtfully to convey meaning or attract attention when necessary. And if users forget what a color means, they can look at this legend. Now let's talk about some of the different viewing modes in monitoring. Currently shown as default mode, but we also have theater mode, which enlarges one FSM graph while keeping others in view for a quick comparison. And we can also full screen a graph to view 18 hours of data simultaneously. As with any graph in Amaze, users can toggle forwards or backwards in time and view up to 3 days of flight data in advance. Let's exit out of the full screen mode and wrap up our interactive prototype with the final button here in the global navigation bar. This data links feature informs the user of the status of data flows. Green indicates that the data connection is good, while red indicates that there's an issue with the data stream. And with that wraps up our interactive demo. It's back over to you, Tyler.
Thank you. After creating our interactive prototype, we tested our product on stakeholders to receive user feedback and improve Amaze. In our user test with Ralph Tamburo, he found our multi-FSM plot view to be definitely valuable, especially in the command center. He also emphasized how Amaze is much better than the current system. In our user test with Bill Tuck and Jason Conley from Delta's OCC, they mentioned how intuitive our interface is thanks to the use of familiar icons. We confirmed our interface is readable on 24-inch monitors and received validation for our theater mode, as it currently replicates what Bill Tuck does manually with FSM boards. Our user tests also uncovered usability improvements we've since incorporated into Amaze. Ralph Tamburo suggested adding an undo feature to our drawing tool and allowing NTMS to access our full screen mode using the viewing mode drop-down menu. In our user test with Bill Tuck and Jason Conley, we learned that adding a dismiss button would help NTMS avoid notification fatigue with NTML, and that the ability to view 8 to 12 hours simultaneously, rather than the 4 we currently display, would be ideal for FSM graphs, which takes us into our next steps.
All right, starting with our short-term goals for next steps, we'd shrink the widths of the bars in our FSM graphs so we can display 8 to 12 hours of data simultaneously. We'd create onboarding wireframes and an airline view of Amaze to help clarify which aspects of our interface are accessible to non-FAA stakeholders, and we would continue to conduct user testing. Switching over to our long-term goals, we collaborate with software developers to determine the feasibility of our design and make design tweaks accordingly to help speed up that development process. And once Amaze is developed, we'd conduct a pilot test of our product, incorporating user feedback before FMDS implementation by fall of 2028.
So, in conclusion, we have introduced our design, Amaze, which is a unified GUI for FMDS that addresses the many concerns that the current TFMS has. And we have conducted a lot of extensive user research to design our user-centered product through a user experience and user interface standpoint. Amaze has been designed through an iterative design process, and we have addressed our short-term and long-term next steps, highlighting future developments to make our application even better.
This is an exciting time for the FAA. In combination with FMDS, Amaze represents an opportunity to drastically improve the experience for NTMSs working with AFPs, with the potential to influence the design of other traffic management interfaces. We're overwhelmed with feedback from delighted traffic managers like Ralph and enthusiasm from Bill and Jason of Delta Airlines, and we know that's just the start. Thank you. And sorry, real quick, I see we have 2 minutes left. So sorry, I just want to use that extra time to go to our acknowledgement slide. This has been a colossal effort and we could not have done this alone. So I just want to highlight all of these incredible people that we've gotten to know and helped us out throughout the whole project and made our journey so enjoyable. You'll see folks from Delta Airlines represented. I think Aaron Cobbett's watching, so thank you so much for your help, as well as Bill and Jason. Jen Ross from the former Command Center Traffic Manager, currently at Jacksonville Center. Ralph, I mean, and if you go on to the next slide, our friends at NASA over here, and there's just so many incredible people that have made our journey so enjoyable. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, University of Michigan at Ann Arbor team. We'll go to our judging panel first for our questions. Judges, do you have questions for the team?
Guess I'll go first this time. The one thing I noticed, I said they must know the FAA when it said, "Are you sure you want to implement the additional pop-up message?" So I was like, that's cool. I liked your presentation. I do have one question about the directional. I noticed that you only had the AFP going one directional. Are you able to do multiple directional? And will it implement and give you that same information?
Yes, of course. So first of all, thank you so much for your question. Just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, are you asking about AFP, the direction right here? Yes. So the interaction for this one is you have arrows kind of going in the different directions, and then when it's dark or you see it in that black color, that's the direction that's selected. The grayed out colors are not selected, so you do have the ability to select different directions.
Multiple directions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep, and actually in this example, we have the north, northeast, and northwest selected.
Hey, great job, everyone. I have a question about the different modes. So right now you're showing monitoring mode. I know there's also a evaluating mode and a modeling mode, right? So what, I didn't quite catch, what are the differences and the importance of those modes?
Exactly. So thank you so much for your question. With the different viewing mode, with the 3 core functionalities, we learned from our user interviews that this is how NTMSs kind of flow through the day of working with AFPs. So they begin by establishing the need for an AFP. So that's looking at those NAS constraints. That's what the evaluating core functionality is. After that need for the AFP has been established, they can move on to that monitoring, the modeling core functionality. And that's where they model the AFP. They find the right solution. And then after that AFP has been implemented, they can monitor the AFP. That's kind of, I guess you could think of it as like your heart rate monitor. You've already created your solution and you're seeing how it's performing. And so you can kind of gauge to see, do I need to make any revisions to my AFP? Is it doing well? Can I cancel it early and whatnot?
So what would the traffic manager do in kind of a more dynamic situation where they might be kind of in 2 of those modes at the same time? Would they have different instances of the application up, maybe different browser windows, one in evaluating, one in monitoring that?
Yeah, so if this were to be a cloud-based implementation and this were to be open in a web browser, there could certainly be a scenario where they have more than one workflow or more than one screen open in different core functionalities. They can also easily switch between workflows just via that dropdown that's always accessible in the global nav bar. And Kate and Tyler, did you have anything else to add? Sorry, did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. So the functions that are available in each are a little bit different.
Exactly, and it's tailored to kind of which phase of the process that they're in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I loved your use of color. I loved your research that informed the problem and helped you shape the solution. Excellent work on the research among other things. And the one question I had was about your communications idea and the idea of channels and sharing of things and so forth. What thought did you give to guidelines, policy restrictions around the use of that not so much on what should be said, but how one sets up channels, what policy you have around that, et cetera.
Yeah, so to start, when Amaze actually rolls out, what the FAA can do is they can create these pre-existing groups already for, incoming users to just join them accordingly. And then, as more groups, as time goes on and we find that we do need to add more groups, there is an add group button here where you can't just, casually make groups. There would have to be an approval from someone in the FAA to make sure, it's for work-related purposes. And another reason that we have the add group like that is, if you do need to very loosely just message someone or a group of people, you can use the direct messages instead. So that way it's more, personal communication rather than, to multiple people. But, yeah.
Tyler, if I could just add, you answered it wonderfully. Just one more thing to add is in the sectors, the threads related to the sectors, you'll see here that this is where so there would be a new thread for each sector. So if I'm working in Jacksonville, where my focus is kind of the Southeast, and I want to be in the Jacksonville thread, that's what that one's for. But if I'm interested in other sectors, I can just search for it. And all those, there would be a thread for each sector. And in that settings menu there, we have a section for user profile. And in that user profile, users can select which regions are their preference. Depending on their selected region of interest or their preferences, Amaze will automatically enroll you in those threads. But if you choose, you can enroll in more threads.
So I have a question. You showed an example of where a traffic manager gets interrupted because an alert came in. How are you handling that interrupted thought of the TMC? Because you cleaned up and you closed the initiated actions. Are you then saving that as a draft? And how does the TMC pick up on that after he finishes?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. Tyler, do you want to take this?
Yeah, sure. So already off the bat, if users would like to save what they've just created or implemented, simply giving it a name will allow them to just search for it and then continue to work on it. And then the question that was asked earlier regarding saving the workflows, if it is cloud-based, it would be just the same. Instead of removing that data card, you would just simply create a new tab, start working from there, so you don't lose everything you previously had. But there are also other ways we can go about saving those that we'll definitely think about.
Yeah, and just to add, really kind of the main purpose of removing that data card was just to highlight some of the space saving functionality of Amaze. We know space is a really valuable real estate, or sorry, screen space is valuable real estate. And so we're all about giving users options to control what's displayed. And so really that was kind of the main purpose of demoing that. And kind of the last piece of your question, I think, is getting at kind of notification fatigue. So the way we target that is by default, our chat threads are muted. And so all the user will see is just a red circle with a notification of the number of new messages. If users choose, they can emphasize, exactly just like that right there. And then if users choose, they can emphasize certain threads. So in this case, we had the Jacksonville thread emphasized. That's why we received that chat message there.
So just to confirm, if the user is kind of multitasking, let's say they've got they need 3 different maps set up for 3 different scenarios. You see that as 3 different tabs?
So I believe in cloud-based, it would be 3 different tabs. We haven't really we've thought about how our product can work on desktop and web browser. So definitely in web browser, you would probably be making more tabs, getting some inspiration from the first group, having sub-tabs that could also be a solution. But as of right now, it would be separate tabs.
Okay.
And then the other thing is in the evaluating workflow, you can have multiple kind of data cards on that right monitor if you wanted to monitor multiple regions of airspace.
Yeah, your idea with the data cards is excellent. And I will also say your integration is really nice. The fact that you really kind of now abstracted. There's not these silos that talk to each other. It's all one. It truly looks like one application.
Thank you so much. That was exactly our main focus, and that was a really, really big challenge for our team because we know this is such a complex.
And it's helpful to just wipe the slate clean and not even use those old names.
Mm-hmm.
because people then think of these little silos constantly.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was, to echo on Miro, that was something that stood out. You at one point had demoed seeing multiple TMIs, and you already have TMIs that are impacting a certain space. That can be, yeah, right here. That can be difficult to keep track of, and when you're monitoring a situation, especially if there's any pop-ups as they come in. I was wondering if you do have a pop-up that comes in, say from an external system, so it automatically would populate here and then populate on the map, right? So they don't need to accept their, let's say there's another local miles and trail, or an airport goes into a ground stop or something, that would just automatically populate here, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. These were just some sample kind of example like TMIs or things that could be affecting kind of airways or different parts of the nest. But exactly, it would automatically pop up right here.
Yeah, and again, having these all in one place, different TMIs can impact what you're doing in different ways. So this was, I jotted it down. This is great.
Thank you so much. Yeah, when we were speaking with Jen, we were just amazed at how her brain is able to process so much different information. And so the challenge for us as a team was, how do we simplify that and condense that to give you kind of the TLDR? So.
Other questions from our panel?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Many thoughts, many questions. I was initially hesitant about the communications, and I think what is being presented, the more that I am getting up to speed with how this is being envisioned, is faster communications and more precision and documenting the time and the nature of the issue and who has the concern. So started imagining kind of like a Twitter dashboard, someone hashtag military operations, and then at the end of the day, you'd be able to sort and start to connect the dots, especially as many of these events are multifaceted. So that leads me to my main question, which is the constraint summary. It seems like there's a lot that has to be accurate in the constraint summary. And so could you elaborate more on, are there any dependencies there? And also, who is responsible for defining the constraint?
So in terms of the constraint summary, we kind of envisioned this as kind of more on the data or the backend infrastructure of FMDS. So this constraint summary would be pulling kind of from the ops plan or other sources of data that where kind of constraints are published. And so Amaze would kind of be tapping into that information and kind of concisely summarize that in one place.
And real quick, just to add on to that, this also relates to the last question, but in the data links up there, NCMS do have access to see, if things are up to date versus if things are, you may need to proceed with caution. So we are envisioning it as of right now where it is, kind of we're being provided this data, but, more research could go to show that this isn't something for us to, define exactly what constraints are in each sector. Having that, we can easily make predefined lists to incorporate that.
Yes, thank you for elaborating. That was the perspectives that came to mind, and it's great to see that you are thinking about that as well.
Thank you so much.
Other questions from our judging panel?
So I did want to also compliment you guys on the dashboard view and the fact that it has a map. Having worked with controllers and traffic managers for many years, they're very visual people, so having the map there, not just a bunch of text, I think is a good add-on. And the settings that allow you to configure your own quick keys. I mean, I think I know some folks who would love to have that today. There are some settings in there probably that you might want to be careful with. So what were your thoughts on like the colors? What would you have settings, individualized settings for color on, and what kinds of things would you not include in that?
Absolutely. So just if we could pull up the settings, Tyler. Might take a moment. And sorry, just to clarify, were you referring to the color of in the notifications tab or the color on the map section of settings? And we'll pull that up in a moment.
So in wherever you give the user color options, how did you decide which kinds of things they should have options for, and were there any things that you would say they should not have options for?
Yeah, so to start with notifications like in the NTML bar or in the collaboration feature, we're allowing them to almost essentially choose any color, since it's their workflow, their workspace. We want it to be as personalized as possible. So, if some person has purple as their color of attention versus someone has pink, they're able to select that. For things like the map, so in discussions with Jen Ross, we learned that more often than not, plain colors can represent, arrival destination, right? You don't need to click and see the information. You can just tell by visually looking at it. And we did learn that sometimes, to one person, purple might represent arrival in CJX, but to another, it's not necessarily the case. So we do allow users to customize these, but we are aware that there are some, presets almost that already do exist. So we would almost incorporate those from the start, and then from there, users can further customize.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the customization of colors here are really meant to be kind of used as filters locally for your view of a maze. And we actually observed this when we were observing Jen Ross. We noticed that she kind of had a similar functionality with the TFMS application where you can change the plane color depending on different parameters. So that's kind of really the idea we were going for here. But this would not be changing like global colors. And then on the notification side of things, this is really just in what color do you want to be alerted in? That's really kind of the extent of the customization. Kind of on the flip side, if you look at our data card, for example, the colors there are not customizable. So we are intentionally selecting green as the color for you've resolved the demand capacity imbalance because green is associated with something that is good. And so same thing with like if it were to be a red color. And we also allow users to confirm that kind of both the sender and the receiver are seeing the same thing through this chat thread, right? So if I sent this data card, I know I can see what I sent and the person on the other side can see that same data card. So you have kind of that confidence that you're both looking at the same thing.
And real quick, thank you for bringing up the dashboard, and thank you all for providing Kurt Kaler as a source of contact for us. When we were meeting with Kurt, he walked through essentially an NTMS's day from start to finish, and we saw that they do start more often than not going to the NAS status dashboard to receive updates from when they last came. So thank you for Kurt. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had to commend you guys for doing the background research. One of the hardest things, I think, working in NAS automation and system updates and moving the FAA and systems forward, especially for traffic flow management. The hardest thing, I think, again, from an engineering perspective, is taking what they do today, taking the system they do today, and say, how can we improve this? But you have to judge what to keep and what to improve on, and that's very difficult for even us, in the FAA. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You might have said this during your presentation, but in one of the other views you showed, it looked like a slider to adjust the time.
I think that's an evaluation. Yeah.
There, among other things, right? Does that look ahead or just backwards or both?
This looks both at both. So the idea is you can use that layers drop down, for example, if you wanted to overlay weather and see how the weather is changing over time. But with that forecast bar, you are able to look ahead in time as well as look at historical data to kind of see how things are evolving over time.
So that's meant to have, thank you, and that's meant therefore not only to look at weather, but you're talking about predictive information, assuming the backend has the predictive information about what flights are going to be doing and so forth. Okay.
Exactly. Yep. Because we also learned that what happens in the past kind of will influence what happens in the future because everything is so interconnected.
One more question about the NTML. There was a bullet about NTML automation assist. And then looking at the NTML itself, the visual looked kind of sparse. So could you elaborate more on the concept or how you envision that piece?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the question. So something we wanted to focus on with NTML, or let's start with what the users said. So during our conversations with Ralph, he was a former STMC in N90. One of the things he mentioned about NTML is that it can be really overwhelming to kind of log all this information. So our challenge as a team was, how do we take as much of the logging burden off of the user as possible? That's where the automation comes in. And you know, we see, so first of all, with the current information that's shown, that's kind of showing you the low-hanging fruit of what can be automated easily, which is all of the parameters you're putting in when you're modeling the AFP, the rate, the start time, the altitude, etc. And so all of that will be pushed to NTML and kind of help ease the burden off of there. For more detailed rationale, we do see an opportunity for, you know, potentially like AI assisted logging, but we also retain that text box if the user prefers to, you know, manually type something in or elaborate on something. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does, and it also explains the sparse frontal design of the NTML as you displayed. So there is quite a bit to be said about taking the load off with logging itself, but also making that information accessible when it's needed for. So yeah, I think that answers the question thoroughly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And just one last thing to kind of related to NTML, something that's really valuable in post-event review is being able to quickly retrieve data from, you know, maybe similar events or whatnot. Now that's really difficult if you have only free text logging, or if you're primarily, you know, relying on free text logging. That's because there's about 50 different ways to describe weather, right? You could say convective weather, WX, scary clouds, right? And so I think one of kind of the things our team was exploring is, can we create a closed set of kind of rationale for why this event occurred? And by doing that, you're able to kind of index your data much more easily. And now when you search for, now everyone's speaking the same language, because when I search for weather, I do get everything, you know, all of the logs related to weather. I don't have to search for WX or, you know, any other way to describe severe weather.
Other questions from our panel?
Yeah, I noticed that when you started to create a new card, that you were actually hiding information about other constraints that already existed. Did you do that on purpose, or is that something that you would think of improving? Because creating that card, I'm just thinking out loud, is going to be influenced by what already exists in terms of constraints in other areas. So.
Sorry, just to make sure we understand your question, are you asking about kind of including the constraint that drove the creation of the card, of the data card?
No, in fact, I'm talking about the other constraints like weather, and I think you had a space launch in there. They disappeared when the TMC started to create a new constraint, new card.
Yes. Do you want to take that, Tyler?
So there are some times where it will fully clear the NAS, you know, what's on the map. But there are times too that we've started to work with where, you know, in something like evaluating to modeling, when it's the same thing that you're seeing, right, it makes sense to continue to see those overlays. So for something like that, when you're continuing with the same object, we do continue to show those overlaid. But to your point, there are also, you may see weather and think of something else. So maybe we can talk about keeping it always there.
So just to add, I think during the drawing tool, the layers or the weather and whatnot kind of clears. That was deliberately done so the user can focus purely on kind of drawing the FEA to reduce the visual clutter. Now, if it is more desirable for users to be able to see those, we could absolutely keep those on there. But this was really mainly to kind of clear your workspace and, you know, make the process easier.
So to that point, when drawing an FEA, it's often very useful, I think, to see the weather because you're trying to draw the outline of where the weather is.
That's absolutely something we can do. Yeah, thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. Other questions?
So I have one more, and that is, I noticed that you have the NTML as a separate pull-up at the bottom. What made you decide to put it there rather than putting it at the top?
Well, I think after getting a lot of feedback from our user interviews, we decided to put it on the bottom because people were saying that they access the NTML constantly, right? So rather than having them to like navigate to a whole nav bar and click on a different icon, they can just simply pull up the NTML and directly see what's been updated, what's new, and what to be aware of.
And we also feel that a majority of the NTMS's time will be on the left monitor. So one thing that we did, right, we put this this collapsible NTML there so that while they're looking at the map, they don't have to look to the right monitor to view NTML. They can stay on that screen. But let's say that they did want to view a larger version of NTML on that right screen. That's actually what this button will do. Mm-hmm.
And then the last thing there, if you switch back to the left monitor, just the last thing I would add is that by having it live on the bottom left there, it will appear throughout the 3 core functionalities: evaluating, modeling, monitoring. So it didn't really make sense, or it was more logical to kind of put it here on the bottom left as opposed to the global nav bar.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Okay, we will check on you again in a moment, but from our in-person audience, do we have any questions for the team?
Hi, I'm Sophia from the University of Miami. Well, first of all, I want to say amazing research efforts. I don't know why you guys didn't say that. It's amazing. I love all the research. I love seeing research-based designs. But I do have a couple of questions. I'll do one and see whoever has one. I know that you guys are doing dual monitor, so you're populating information on the right screen. What would you see that looking like if I have a single screen?
So that's the thing. So when thinking about how this would be on single monitor, we felt that things could get too cluttered, right? TFMS currently consists of 20 plus applications. I believe the exact number is around 57. Being able to combine those all into one interface is definitely a challenge, right? There are definitely ways to think about it, but part of our user research also showed that a lot of NTMS do have a dual monitor setup already. So thinking that they already have the resources, let's try and think about how it would look on one screen. But if we were to do a cloud-based system on web-based, you would be able to open FMDS on one screen. You could either split it, right, make 2 windows, make them side by side, or we, continue to work on some other functionalities to be able to view it on a single screen. Yeah.
The last thing I would add to that is, you can do really kind of a lot of work on the left monitor. Really where the right monitor comes in is for that collaboration tool, as well as if you're working with multiple data cards, so you're kind of multitasking or want to do easy comparisons. That's why we give the users the ability to take advantage of that right monitor. So.
Can I ask another question? Okay. You guys keep mentioning web-based application, and I was wondering why web-based and not having a network native that is more safer and offers greater security.
So actually at this point, one of the feedback we got from the CDR was just discussing the feasibility of web-based versus desktop. We believe at this point it could be either, but just to kind of, emphasize certain features that we talked about, we just mentioned web-based. But, as it stands right now, this could be either desktop or web-based browsing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I am Seth from Brigham Young University. Great job. I love a lot of your ideas. I had one question about the top level navigation there, and also how that might work across 2 screens. it looked like you split the navigation, I think is what's happening when you had the second screen. And yeah, go ahead. And then I just had a follow-up question on that.
Yeah, so the only things that are on both of these navigation bars are settings and help. The left monitor only has these three, and then the right monitor will only have the NTML logo. And then in terms of the top right of each monitor, so this is actually used to minimize chat if NTMS do need even more space to view the data cards. And then on the left, this is purely to swap between evaluating, modeling, and monitoring, so it won't affect the right monitor.
Okay. And then I was just also wondering, as a user, would I have the ability to add labels to like each of those icons, or is there like a show hide? Have you gave me a thought to that?
I think that's a really good point that we didn't consider, but it's definitely something that we can add on in our settings menu later on if they would like to do that. But in our user tests, so we tested with like people that have used TFMS for a very long time, and when they were like navigating across our application, they didn't seem to have a lot of problem identifying the icons. But I definitely understand what you're trying to say.
We have time for one more question.
I just have a question about your approach. If this is web-based, you said it's 2 monitors, but say I want to use my laptop to open it. How do you imagine that working?
Yeah, so in that case, it would kind of be like a 2-tab setup. So kind of similar to like if you're using Gmail, you click on the menu and you can open Google Drive, and that would open it in another tab. So that's potentially one idea for that. But more user research would kind of help kind of guide what the best way to handle that would be. But when NTMSs are kind of managing air traffic, they very, very often have access to more than one monitor. So that's kind of the use case we based our design on.
Cool, thank you.
And thank you, University of Michigan at Ann Arbor team. For our live stream audience, I wanted to thank you for joining us for our morning presentations and invite you to join us again after lunch. We'll be starting at 1:20 with Brigham Young University and their project MOA. And until then, we will see you after lunch. Welcome back, everyone, to the FAA TFM-AID Challenge Forum. Our afternoon presentations kick off today with Brigham Young University and their project MOA.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Garrett Johns, team lead, and I'm joined by my team members here on the stage, Claire McGregor, Jackson Ringer, and Adam Shumway. And our team advisor is Seth Christensen. Now, as was said earlier this morning, any good thing needs an acronym, and so our project name, Project MOA, was something that we wanted to create in order to guide our project principles. Now, as in the industry, MOA stands for Military Operated Airspace. For our project, it does not, but Project MOA stands for Management of Airspace, and it's also a callback to the extinct prehistoric MOA bird. And this callback reflects some of the goals that we have with our project. Firstly, we wanted to be able to bring the systems up to modern day standards and replace the current systems in use that will one day be extinct. We also wanted to maximize efficiency, minimize demand, and keep these flights in the air safely. And lastly, we wanted to be able to help traffic management coordinators keep the flocks of planes going to where they need to go as safely as possible. For our design, we had a few different focuses in mind that would help us improve the user experience. We wanted to bring it up to modern day standards and modern conventions and style and design to help both veteran and rookie users approach the software with ease. We saw a lot of different features and programs spread out across different windows and workspaces that made it confusing for the user. The main goal was to consolidate all these features into a single program. Contextual information is really key to create a well-timed decision and well-informed decision. So throughout our design, we wanted to surface helpful information in helpful ways. And lastly, we know with all the information being thrown at the user, it can become really overwhelming and confusing in moments of stress. So we aimed to minimize this distraction throughout the software to streamline their workflow and make sure that they can get the job done easily.
So understanding the problems for this project is something that took a lot of work. Great UX design requires great research and great understanding of the user being designed for. So in this case, we wanted to understand and empathize with traffic managers as well as possible. We started with combing through hundreds of pages of documentation provided by the FAA and organized our notes. We flow charted traffic manager workflows and noted important jobs to be done. And then following that, we started to interview individuals involved in the traffic management industry. Specifically, we met with TRACON managers, dispatchers, and traffic management coordinators. And with them, we verified our research and gathered their insights. Following that, we visited 3 facilities local to us. We visited a local airport control tower, the Salt Lake TRACON, and the ZLC Center. So following all this work, we worked very diligently. It took a lot of time, but we felt extremely confident that we had great knowledge to help us come up with the best possible final solutions for this project. So to elaborate a little bit on our interview process, we mainly focused these interviews on 3 important questions. They were, what would you improve about the current system? How does communication function? And what causes stress in the day-to-day functions? And by asking these questions and spending a lot of time talking to traffic managers, we were able to compile all our insights, all the things that they shared, to really craft a distinct persona that we had in mind as we came up with our final solutions. And we call this persona Gene. So Gene is an experienced traffic manager at the command center in Washington, D.C. She's been working there for over 10 years, and so she has a lot of experience with the traffic flow management system, but a few frustrations. Specifically, she wants more workspace customization functionalities. So she finds the system pretty rigid. She'd like to better organize what she does, monitoring based on flight, and she'd also like the option to toggle between light and dark modes. She also wants more decision support tools to help her make better decisions. So she's very experienced and knows what she's doing a lot of the time, but would like the system to provide some insight on if what she's doing is actually the best possible solution. She's also noticed that she's trained a lot of up-and-coming traffic managers. Because of the lack of decision support tools and feedback from the system, a newcomer using the system for the first time, there's a huge learning curve, and it takes them a while to understand what they're doing before they can effectively contribute. Lastly, she wants more program flexibility. She wants to fit all her work possibly on one monitor and not have to jump between the many different programs she currently has to use. So with all this insight and with this key persona in mind, here are some more concrete solutions that we came up with for more specific problems.
One of Jean's frustrations is the lack of communication integration in the current system. She finds the system slow and difficult to navigate as information is disorganized and alerts are hard to find. The system requires manual input to send messages and resorts to phone calls for small matters that can be easily solved. Overall, the system is inefficient and tedious. To accommodate Jean's frustrations, we have integrated communication into a multifunctional home screen. This home screen is divided into 3 panels. The left panel houses messages, initiative alteration requests, and unread advisories. The middle panel houses action lists for viewing daily tasks, and the advisory panel on the right houses traffic management issues and active initiatives. All information is accessible, so everything can be monitored at all times.
Jean is perfectly capable of doing everything she needs to do, all the tasks, with the current system. However, in her current workflow, she often has to make very high impact decisions, and these can be pretty stressful for her. So some examples of these might be deciding which areas to monitor for high demand or where demand exceeds capacity. Also prioritizing one high demand area over another. And then furthermore, once she's found such an area, she has to decide what traffic management initiatives to implement in order to mitigate the problem. So our solution provides Jean with decision support tools so that it's less stressful for her and she doesn't have to, have all the weight of high impact decisions on herself. So what does this look like? Let's say Jean's coming into work in the morning. She just got in. The first thing she'll see is on a map view like this, as you can see on the eastern coast of Florida, down at the bottom of the screen to the right there, there's an alert and it's red, so it draws her eyes to that. And so that way she knows automatically that's where high demand is, and she doesn't have to make her own decision. It tells her. Likewise, as you can see below the map, there's a time scrubber. So once she's, maybe selected some some traffic management initiatives from a playbook, she can plug them into there and scrub through time to see how the future might play out, if they were in effect. And this information would all come from maybe a NAS monitor, or a flight schedule monitor, but it's all shown on the map just to aid her in decision support. And what if Jean wants to create her own, her own space so that she can have personalized decision support tools? We have a space creation tool so that Jean, if she needs to, can decide what she's seeing on the screen or what she's not seeing. So for example, let's say she pinpoints a high demand area in the ZLC. She can put to the right a big map of the ZLC. To the left, she can put a flight schedule monitor of maybe the Salt Lake City airport.
Currently in the software, we found a lot of different features and programs are spread out across different windows and workspaces. Jean has to constantly switch between these in order to effectively see all the information that she needs to know. Additionally, resources aren't easily accessible for her. The playbook is available online as a PDF and it can be printed out, but this long document doesn't lend itself to being easily navigated through. Advisories from the command center are posted through NTML, but this long text format isn't easily scannable to get an idea of what's going on across the NAS. And we do have the NAS status website shown above, but Jean has to go out of her way to go online to view all of this information. We hope to be able to tackle this problem by implementing a unified style and theme in our software, bringing all these features together. By bringing all of these features with a cohesive coat of paint, Jean doesn't have to go searching across 5 different windows to see all the information that she needs. We used simplified colors and also implemented a light and dark mode for Jean's preference. Instead of having to go to a separate document, the playbook surfaces alongside the map, so she can see recommendations for reroutes or traffic management initiatives right in line with the weather events that are happening. Advisories from the command center are shown on the home screen, so she doesn't have to go far. And while she's building a traffic management initiative, bar graphs showing data of the corresponding region or a NAS monitor can also appear to help inform her of the decision that she's making. We hope that by bringing all these features together into a single program, she's spending less time searching around and more time in her workflow, which has been streamlined thanks to this unified style.
So within the current system, Jean finds many visual elements and functions that kind of clutter up her workspace and get in the way of the actual important information she needs in the tasks that she needs to be completing. So we can consider these elements, these visual elements, this clutter, we can consider it noise. And the important information that she needs, we can call signals. So what we're saying here is that the current system has an imbalanced signal to noise ratio. And we wanted to find a way to balance this out and make Jean, allow Jean to more easily get to the information that she needs. So here are just some examples of clutter within the current system when it comes to a box for creating a flow evaluation area or the bar graph within the current system. So to fix this, we came up with 2 solutions. Our first is a more purposeful use of color. So the current system, as shown before with the bar graph, uses a little too much color, and much of it is clouding the signal and diluting the meaning of the actually important color. So in talking to traffic managers, we realized that they're mainly primarily concerned with only things that are over capacity in the bar graph. So we highlighted the things that are over capacity right here on the graph on the bottom right, and we grayed out, made inactive any other information. We also use purple as a color to represent modeling on the map in the timeline, and that's consistent throughout our system. Our other solution that we've talked about a little bit before are focus spaces. So spaces can be used to provide an organized view of situations in the NAS. So up there in the top left, Jean can create a tab that serves as a space to see multiple views or details of a situation that she's concerned about. So we realize that traffic managers have a lot of different situations that they're monitoring throughout the day. So this serves as a way to organize these situations, and they can tab between these as they go throughout their day in their workflow.
Jean would also like more automation within the system. Currently, Jean has to individually input data for each flight to view results such as delay metrics. She also is not automatically notified of communication updates and visual problem spots on the map. To help Jean determine the best traffic management initiative to implement, we've designed an automation feature that provides the ability to toggle between recommended initiatives, compare data, and determine the best initiative to implement. Each initiative contains vital information such as the TMI type, the start and end time, and the average and maximum delay. This information helps Jean to compare initiatives that cater to her situational needs using playbook routes and helps to minimize human error. Another feature labeled Smart Messages helps Jean and other traffic managers automatically share traffic management initiatives to relevant facilities and understand and view data corresponding with requests. We plan to also implement an automated plan, execute, review, train, and improve, or PERDI plan feature. This automation allows Jean to view alerts associated within her upcoming PERDI plan and reduces her research and development time when forming a plan.
Some other problems that Jean faces stem from the following modern UI conventions, or a lack of the following. Just-in-time feedback, which is the idea that after finishing a task, the program automatically helps Jean know what the next thing to do is. Also, a lack of strong hierarchy. As you can see here to the right, this is a screenshot of the current system where a lack of one primary visual element makes it kind of difficult to know what to look at. It doesn't draw the user's eyes to something specifically. And also just overall overwhelming, as we've talked about before, is a problem for Jean. So we came up with many ways of implementing these things into our program, and here are a few examples. So at TMI Editor, as you can see, once Jean clicks on an alert area, the TMI Editor automatically pops up. It's a way of using just-in-time feedback. Likewise, as you can see the TMI monitor, everything reads from left to right and from top to bottom, which is a very conventional way of using user interface design so that Jean is guided through. Another example is our notifications panel. As you can see, the unread messages here, there's a weather alert and a new advisory that was posted, are right at the top and in a color that draws Jean's eyes to those things. So she knows that those are things she has to deal with. Now our team lead, we're going to turn it over to him, and he's going to give us a demonstration of what this might look like for Jean as she's completing some of the tasks in our project.
Thanks, Adam. To give you an idea, we're going to check on some updated advisories, create a space to view some details and data, and then we're going to look at the PERDI plan, compare some advisories and initiatives, and then implement those. Let me switch over. Okay, here we are on our home screen. As you can see, we tried to implement a very simple, minimalistic style so as to not distract from the data being conveyed. We also have this accent color, and it can be viewed, hold on, let me hide this, in either dark or light mode. On the left, we have the notifications panel where Jean gets a look at some of the things that are happening in the NAS. She can mark them as red or dive in for a few more details. In the top, we have an action list. This is related to the party plan. We see for today that she has to look at some upcoming events across the United States that require her attention. The views at the bottom contain her spaces. She can create different arrangements of panels ranging from different spaces across the United States to help see the information that she's interested in. And on the right, we have the advisories. We can click on the current operations plan, which is shown here in its long text format. And it's also been split up into individual pieces so she can get an idea of what's happening. For example, right now, there's an airport closure in Las Vegas. Let's create a new space. Here we can see the map on the right side, a NAS monitor in the top left, and some drafted TMIs. We can go into the filters to adjust what information is shown on the map, such as weather, regions, flow evaluation areas, and airports. We can also create an FEA super quickly up here. We can choose the color, draw it across Florida, and here we are able to put in the filters such as altitude, the time that it's active, and other advanced filters. With that created, let's adjust this space a little. Maybe Jean needs to get a different view of things. I can click up on the tab and edit layouts, which brings me into the space creator view. I can adjust the panels that are shown, change up what information I'm seeing, and even change the number of panels. I can bring it down to just one, have it split across half of the screen, or use all 4 quadrants. We'll stick there. In this view, I have a map in the top right corner showing active flights, a ton of mini FSM bar graphs on the bottom right so I can see all the information I need to, and 2 full-size bar graphs. With this information readily available, Jean can refer back to this tab whenever she needs to. Let's go back home and look at our PERDY plan. Firstly, it brings us to an overview of the whole United States. Problem areas have been identified and shown to me on the map with these red icons. Let's take a look at Jacksonville. I can click there and it brings me straight to the problem area, with the red region highlighted being the inclement weather. It says intense rain is expected to occur between 1100 Zulu and 1400. So I know the situation and what I need to do to take care of it. And the system has already started recommending things that I can do to solve this problem. Different flow evaluation areas have been identified around this problem area, and I've been given some initiatives that I could consider. It also brings up the bar graph so I can see what the traffic and demand are looking like at this time and in the future. Let's say initiative 1 seems appealing to me. I'm going to move in and edit this TMI further. I can adjust the program rate, the scope, and what FCA it's attached to. And when I feel good with the parameters, I'll run the model. Now it gives me some delay metrics, some flight metrics, and I can compare how this initiative would adjust and impact this particular situation. We also saw a benefit to comparing multiple models. So let's say that I want to try a different solution. I can save this one to drafts, and now it appears in the left sidebar. After creating a few drafts and models, I can go back and compare them. On this screen, I have 3 models that I'm comparing, the blue, purple, and orange. They're shown together on the bar graph so I can make an educated decision about which one I should implement. I can also toggle through to see the different metrics that they are yielding according to the model. If I'm satisfied with model 1, then I select it in the sidebar and click Implement Selected TMIs, and that sends off the PERDY plan to the relevant facilities. So now, the Jacksonville facility has just received a message including all that information that we were just seeing. Looks like we just got a message from Salt Lake City Airport. They're requesting a change in a TMI, and this is an example of smart messaging, like we mentioned earlier. We get an idea of their situation and also the context surrounding it. We can see their map, a bar graph of their area, and the metrics that they were using to make their decision. I can go and edit the TMI further, make some comments, and even request a call with them to discuss it further. If everything looks good to me, then I'll just click approve. All right, that's all for the demonstration. I'll hand it back to Claire.
Thanks, Garrett. Overall, we're just really grateful for this opportunity to explore this issue and utilize and hone our design skills. And we hope that Our proposed solutions demonstrate a more leveraged modern design, consolidate applications and features, improve flow with relevant information, and reduce distracting elements from the interface. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for our judging panel?
So I'll go first. So you talked about in the messages view about having relevant data pass through, and then you also had the notifications, kind of that drop down list on the left. And so I had two questions. One is for those messages, when you mentioned that, relevant data, who decides what's relevant? Like how are those decided, and can they be adaptable based on what's going on? Certain messages may be more applicable in certain scenarios to certain users. And then same for notifications. Is there a way to filter? I see advisories and alerts. Is there a way to filter on like basically importance, or again, just by the type of like the type of severity of that message coming through, or is it all just kind of filtering there, and you can really only filter based on the advisories and alerts? So it's just, how do we get pertinent information to the user in a timely fashion, and ignore the quote noise and allow them to do that?
Yeah, let me go into here first. The idea with relevant data is that the information we were using to build the initiative, such as the bar graph, the metrics that we ran, that is included in the message. That would be the relevant data that's included. However, maybe it would also be helpful to include other attachments onto messages, but we didn't explore that in our prototype. And yes, in our notifications, we don't have a priority system implemented, but that is a good consideration to make, especially considering some are more high importance than others, like a new advisory might be more important than a simple message between facilities. So in our current iteration, we don't have that, but thank you for that feedback.
Can you elaborate on what drove your decision to go with something that is a single monitor centric? And how do you see, if the user is working a problem, but also concurrently wants to monitor some number of situations, how you see them accomplishing that in your kind of single monitor centric approach?
Yeah, so we recognize that many traffic managers have many different workspace setups, many different types of monitors. And so we made our system in mind of that. We wanted it all to possibly be done on one monitor. And that's why we really heavily focused. We spent a lot of time on the system architecture and reworking it. And our final solution that we came with was that the having tabs of situations where if you're looking at something new, you can add a tab and toggle between that through your day. That was, in our mind, the best way to go about this, because our idea after that is if you want to use more monitors, if you have more monitors available, you just drag that tab to an additional monitor. So then you can have so many different situations up at the same time. But it also gives you the flexibility if you don't have multiple monitors and you need to work in a very limited workspace, you can just pull this up on your computer and have the same functionality as someone with whatever 10 plus monitors.
And one last question. Do you see this as a desktop application, or do you see this living in a browser?
We design with the desktop in mind. At least for me, I can't speak for the rest of the team. I've been very made aware of how cool like web applications could be. But I think that speaks to how well we designed the system, because now I'm realizing that this is something that could easily be pulled up on a laptop on a single display if we wanted it to, if we designed it for web. So this was designed in desktop with desktop in mind as a desktop application, but I think it could very easily be transferred to the web.
Good job, guys. I really like the overall kind of look and feel, the colors selection, and very clean, and the dark and light being similar yet exactly what you need for darker light. I'm also really interested in the focus spaces. So the list under your options there, those are saved layouts that you've already configured, and you can save them, and now with a click you can bring that up and it'll open a new tab with exactly what you had laid out there, I assume.
Yes.
That was built kind of based off of other similar softwares like in the creative world like Photoshop, Illustrator, where you can save your default workspaces. And so we wanted that kind of functionality within ours because we know that traffic managers have their individual preferences, and we wanted it to be easy for them to open up their saved templates.
And I did have a question about so you decided to go with a set of kind of structured layouts that they can choose from. And it sounds like once they pick a layout, so if they pick the one that has the 4 quadrants, that's how the information is displayed. It didn't look like you could dynamically like resize or move them around.
No. When you pick a layout, it's that layout, but the user gets to pick which panels go in each one. So if it's 4, they can decide, 4 bar graphs or maybe 2 maps, depending on the situation that they're monitoring or creating.
Got it. So was that a conscious decision that you wanted to have something that wasn't dynamically resizable, for example? Or what are the benefits maybe of this approach versus a more dynamically evolving one?
Yeah, it's a great question. We actually did have extensive discussions about how much customizability and flexibility should we give the user. On the one hand, we wanted to empower the user to feel that they could establish the space that they could need, but we also thought of the development side of how establishing a more rigid structure would be more simple to develop and also to use between different people. If it's so customized to the fact that nobody else can understand how your workspace works, then it's not super helpful in a collaborative environment such as traffic management. So those were some of our thoughts going into that.
Yeah, to add on to that, we really thought of collaboration, like he said, with how we set it up. And if you're sharing a screen, and it's customizable to an extent, but not overly customizable, it's more easily to share your work with another individual, as opposed to a massively customized interface.
That's on the note of sharing your work. The very strong feature is the ability to compare models side by side. And there's been a sensitivity around what that looks like, because on our current model of TFMS, the concern is that we get into these dueling model battles and we're not necessarily getting to what the best TMI is. So the question for clarification, once we are modeling TMI side by side and seeing the product that provides the best efficiency, that information is also shareable across so everyone else can see the same picture, or how does that all play out in the workflow?
Yes, we would ideally be able to share the different comparisons, especially among those that are having to make decisions. I don't think we have that prototyped out here in our iteration currently, but yes, the idea is similar to smart messaging. They would be able to see the map, the metrics, and the bar graph that they used to come to the decision that they've made. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I realize it's a complicated question. We could talk about modeling in itself for 30 minutes. But that's really, the core of it is successful collaboration requires everyone having the common picture. And so modeling solutions and providing the common picture is a new horizon that I see with this capability. So it's very interesting, and I'll give you more questions about modeling later.
Thank you.
Team, thank you. I like a number of things that I wanted to give you kudos on. I'm glad, first of all, that this gave you an opportunity to visit. You mentioned Provo Tower and Salt Lake Tracon and Center. That I trust was really helpful and probably gave you a great picture of a lot of what goes on. So that was fun. And I love, it spoke to my heart that you used the signal to noise ratio description. So thank you for doing that. I think that's a really helpful way to describe things. And interesting, just the way you structured it. I thought it was interesting that you flashed side by side. This is what the old looks like. Here's how we propose to address it. Just interesting approach to it. I wanted to ask you about the icons there, the red icon that I see, which I also found to be interesting approach. And so you showed, I think, in the larger map, several different icons that signify different things. Is that right? To indicate events to draw the manager's attention?
In the overview, yeah.
But so they're represented by different icons, but if you drill to it like you did in South Florida, they look similar in that red polygon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So so the icon is what differentiates those things. Is that right? Do I understand correctly?
Yes, I think the idea here is on the left, we have all of those icons listed out. So now we've selected that Jacksonville scenario, which is inclement weather shown in that icon. And this is just the general alert being shown.
Okay.
But I can understand your confusion.
That's fine. That I was trying to clarify. It was a relatively simple question, I guess. Yeah, that is the distinguishing factor between those different events is the icon on it. Yeah.
But it's not the only way, because those icons on the full map, that's pretty much showing the Purdy plan map view, which is not, what we're used to. But you can also see the Purdy plan on the home screen. So it's just a different way of looking at the Purdy plan, pretty much.
Okay. And sorry, one follow-on, not related, but you mentioned that you have a light mode on here. Did you mean that shows the entire thing? The entire display moves to light mode?
Yes. Okay. So sorry to blind you. Yeah, we did a few iterations in light mode. The majority of our prototype was done in dark mode, so we just wanted to be able to show off that capability does exist. Yeah. So the map would also be in light mode. All the icons and text are adjusted as well.
Okay. Thank you.
So I have a question. So we are using a limited number of colors, which I like, because you really should set it aside for special occasions only, right? But I did notice on the other display you just had up is if there's an alert, you color that red, and red normally means there's badness going on. I did notice that on the left panel you used orange, more like a warning. What happens once a traffic manager actually is in the process of resolving it? So did you think about what kind of feedback that you're going to give so that when other traffic managers are looking at that same issue, that they see that somebody actually is already addressing it, and at some point it may actually go green because now the problem is solved. So have you thought about how that might work?
No, we don't have a specific color for when something is being worked on, but as Jackson mentioned, when something is being modeled, it's always purple. So I imagine if you were to send off modeling results to someone else, they would show up as purple as well. But other colors could be used for other things. That's something we could implement further along.
Yeah, we paid a lot of attention to our use of color, as you noted, and that's a good suggestion about what to think about for the future. And we definitely would put a lot of thought into coming up with a way to display those things. Another thing we thought about is just like how to have other indicators aside from color for accessibility purposes, so that users can really signify actions and buttons in the system. And so that's we paid a lot of thought to that, and moving forward with this project, we would continue to pay a lot of thought to that. So.
Do we have further questions from the judging panel?
So to echo Matt's point earlier about talking with different types of air traffic control facilities, I'll commend you on that as well. Did you guys encounter any challenges when going through some of your design decisions about something that you thought one facility would benefit, but then another, they might want something different? Like, do you, any challenges or things you overcame, or any attention to certain things that different facilities may have different wants and needs in terms of like UI?
I can start with me. I thought it was very interesting touring the different facilities, just noticing the different systems that they use, because when we went to our local air traffic control tower in Provo, we expected to see something like TFMS, but they don't use that. So they were using like a whiteboard with like plastic pieces on it and mapping things out and printing out pieces of paper. And so it was just interesting to see different workflows and how it works across the board. And so, I mean, that was just interesting to note for me. Another difficulty that we had was trying to test this. We encountered a lot of people who said that they couldn't test it because of their association with the FAA for whatever reason. So, we made our most diligent efforts to just go out and talk and at least describe it verbally and meet with Kurt. So those are some of the challenges that we came across. And that's what comes to the top of my mind.
Another example that I'm thinking of is, since we visited the ZLC center, we were kind of center-minded, like what would they want at a center for a while. And our flight schedule monitor bar graphs are an example of something we did to kind of like not be center-minded, because we realized at the ZLC that they don't, their NAS monitor and their FSM bar graphs, they don't monitor huge areas and they're not super important to them. But we realized that maybe at the command center here in DC, that might be more important. So we kind of went out of our way to try to make that work for both things, even though we had never visited the command center.
Yeah, and overall, just seeing how these different systems work and how different positions interact with this different systems, it just, maybe I can't point to it specifically now, but I feel like all these views and experiences that we were able to have really helped us with the final design, just making it as simple to use and as flexible as possible for whatever job you're doing within the airspace.
One more on something that you mentioned, but I felt it was kind of in passing here, and I thought you went into more detail about it on your video, was the slider bar. You mentioned things that are in the future are in purple. Can you go back to the slider bar and how you envision that working? I think it was Adam, you might have said something about modeling, but I didn't follow all of it.
Yeah, so so as you can see, the purple dot there, once you slide into the future, it gets outlined in vibrant purple. So that way the user can't possibly confuse, what's shown on the map with current time, because this is not current time. This is, 5 hours in the future. So it's kind of just a way of like visually showing.
And the bar there in the bottom is what would flash, you're saying? Yes,
because that's what, that's time. So you can see it's in purple right now. And likewise, if you were to do the same thing, maybe the bar graph, it would be outlined in vibrant purple. Anything that's modeled in the future, vibrant purple.
Okay.
To go a little further, because this weather event is something expected to happen, that's why the time describer has jumped to the time that weather event is expected to happen. If I go back to our regular workspace, sorry, I thought we had a time describer there. But if you were just in present time, yeah, for example here, this is in present time, so this is not outlined in purple. Does that answer your question?
Any other comments or questions from the judging panel?
Actually, I just have a comment, and I am from the center, so I appreciate the simplistic layout. You don't know how long it takes me to make my quadrants the same exact size on a monitor. So I like everything. I like everything that you all did with the design and the layout and the colors. Somebody will come back in and change your colors, and you're like, well, no, just leave. Let's have like maybe 5 or 6 colors that we use and nothing else.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's very rewarding for us to hear, I know, because we met so many times and had so many, discussions over this, and we just wanted to make, because the system itself is so complex and, the job is complex, why make the interface complex? Like, we wanted to make it as simple as possible to make the job as easy as possible.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you. And we will go to our audience for additional questions during our Q&A session. Go ahead and raise your hand if you've got a question for the Brigham Young team. Questions?
Hi, my name is Tyler from the University of Michigan. I'm just curious, like, when you went into the command center, like, were you expecting to see whiteboards and everything, or did your jaws kind of drop? Like, what was that like?
Yeah, so Adam and I were able to visit the Salt Lake Center, and yeah, the layout it was really funny going in because I've never been so excited to enter a government facility. But going through their workstations, it was really fascinating to see their setup. We weren't expecting whiteboards. We knew they were a bit more sophisticated, but seeing the huge monitors they have, the wide spread of windows all across, all the information that they're looking at, it was helpful for us to understand how they're using the software currently, and get a sense of how they set things up, especially because we saw them using different monitors more as just reference, like they just had them open so they could look at them at any time. Whereas we were envisioning previously more of an active relationship where they would always be going back and changing it. So those are some of the things I noticed.
Also, just to clarify, the whiteboard that Jackson talked about, we saw that in the ATC, I think I got that right, the tower. It was a tower at a local airport. So that was not at the center.
Yeah, that's my bad, sorry. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Other questions? Go ahead and raise your hand.
So side note about the flight strips you saw, the FAA is actually trying to replace all those with electronic, so there's hope.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kerrigan from University of Miami. I was just going back to color choices. I noticed on the bar graphs in particular, there were some light colors, and I was just curious how that would translate to light mode versus dark mode, if there'd have to be any changes in colors, and how managers would know that those colors still represent the same things.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something we can think about. We don't have an image of this in light mode, but this could potentially still work in light mode. Maybe it couldn't, but we'd figure it out. Yeah.
Could you repeat the first part of your question again?
Oh, I was just curious if in light mode you would have to switch any of the colors, specifically like the light purples or the light whites or the light blues would become too much for users' eyes.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you said something else. I will add on though, with these linear bar graphs, as you can see, they only are showed in one color, and we purposely did that to kind of avoid like color clutter. So if you want to see, the full flight situation with all the, divided out bars, you make it big. But these little ones kind of just give you an idea of where demand is. But as far as light mode, no.
All right.
Yeah. Hi, I'm John. Hi, I'm John. I'm from Cal State East Bay. Going on the color, yeah, I mean, I think one thing you would just do is reverse it. But I was going to ask in terms of like, which I think is really creative, is that you, right, like we're looking at these colors right here, and then anything that doesn't exceed the bar, right, isn't kind of highlighted at all. So like, I don't think anybody kind of came up with that idea. So how did you come up with that idea?
Yeah, you can take it.
It was a team effort. Everything was very teamed. I originally was the one that came up with, solid bars, and then someone told me like, oh, you should make them have different color values so one stands out more. And then someone else was like, why don't we make one gray? So it kind of all just came together as a team effort.
It's all part of that signal to noise ratio, paying attention to what is the most important piece of information relevant to the traffic manager at that time. And we thought, and after talking to traffic managers, we learned that they're not really concerned about what's at adequate capacity or under capacity. They're trying to make initiatives based off of what's over capacity. So we wanted to highlight that in the system.
Thank you. Other questions from our audience? All right, Amy, do we have any questions on the live stream? No questions? All right, any other questions or comments from the judging panel?
So on this view, and this question's been bugging me, the greater than, less than signs on the map, what is the significance of those on this display? Is that connected directly to the filters?
Yeah, so those are meant to represent active flights. We wanted to come up with a different icon system rather than a tiny airplane. And so this was one of our explorations, showing flights as just an arrow. And then you can see, if you look closely, some of these have like a dot within them, and that's supposed to represent a different type of flight. So instead of relying purely on color or having a really descriptive icon of a literal airplane, we tried to minimize that, again, focusing on signal to noise, making it a simple icon so they can easily glance at it and understand this flight is this type heading this direction.
And ideally, maybe this map wouldn't show the state and city names, so it'd be easier to see.
Right, and I'm glad that I asked. That's very clever in the minimalistic approach. And we all assume we know what airplanes look like, but it may not be necessary to spell it out every single time, right? Yeah, thank you.
And ideally also, hopefully there's a symbiotic relationship between the map and the data. So when you click on active flight on the map, you can view what the flight is and where it's going and all the delay metrics and everything like that also.
Just for your consideration to think about, on the bar graphs, I like the graying out when you're not over capacity. But when you take the bars that are over capacity and you boil them down to one color, to a very large degree, you're abstracting the problem. Okay, so now I know I'm over capacity, but is that active flights, projected flights? Because if it's all active flights, there's not a darn thing I can do about it, versus if some of them are still on the ground and some are in the air. So I mean, it's nice that it's simplified, but it is abstracting important information. So just think about whether you do want to go that way or not.
Yeah, that's a very good comment. Thank you. We actually thought about that a lot because we realize that it's very important to see the flight situations, right? How the bars. And it uses a principle called progressive disclosure. So you see it like this first, and it doesn't give you all the information. It just gives you like a very general idea. And then when you want to see the bars split out, that's when you attach it over here to make it bigger.
And I do think there is obviously a way to rework this if we spent more time on it to address what you're talking about. The principle is that we just wanted to, highlight the most important things. And I think you can still, have some of that principle and some of your solution if we spent more time working on it. So.
I'll ask, just because we have a few minutes left and it doesn't look like I see any more questions, I should ask, similar to something Melissa asked one of the other teams, I won't let you off the hook so quickly. What can each of you just tell us what you thought the most fun or rewarding part of this was? Or most interesting? Thanks, Melissa.
I'll go first. The clickable prototype, I think, is so cool because we were talking about this for months, right? And it took us, actually, we started designing pretty late in our process. So once the design was actually coming together and you could click on things and it would actually change things, it was so cool to see for me.
I love just working on a case study, a project this complex. We were talking about this at lunch, but typically when you think of UX, you think of, websites, apps, pretty looking consumer products. but this was a monster. And it was so complex and so hard, but so fun. And like working on something like this helped me discover like there's more to UX than just these, you know, consumer products. And this is the type of thing I want to work on. So it was really fun.
Yeah, I think for me, I loved the challenge of trying to keep it functional, but also beautiful in a certain way. That's one of my favorite parts of UX design, is trying to find that balance. And yeah, I don't know, it was a very, very fun project from the get-go. I think I went through a bell curve of like, I have no idea what I'm doing, to I know exactly what I'm doing, to I have no idea what I'm doing. And going through that process and learning through it has been really fascinating. I know so much more about air traffic control than I ever thought I would. So I'm really grateful for that.
I just love learning about the flow and the process of it all. It's something that I never thought I'd know either. And it's just super cool. And I totally empathize with traffic managers, and I have a lot of respect for them. So, yeah.
Thank you for that question. I will open the floor up to anyone else who has any additional questions. We still have about 2 minutes, so you can just raise your hand if you've got any more, and I'll come on over.
Hello, I'm Joanna from the University of Miami. So I have a question about your choice of color for the call of action. It's orange, and I know that it's been discussed that there's 3 colors we to pay attention to. So red if there's any severity, like orange for any medium attention, and green for like lighter alerts. So can you walk me through your decision on choosing the color orange for your buttons or like your filters or any other icons?
Yeah, from the beginning of our design, I had used orange for more of like a brand choice, because orange is neither red nor yellow nor green. It's not one of those cardinal colors. And it felt like we didn't want it to distract from those main ones. And so orange felt like a good place in between that can still draw attention, but not signify anything good or bad. If that makes sense.
Okay, any more? All righty. Thank you very much, Brigham Young.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to call up California State University, East Bay. We'll go ahead and get you set up. For our live stream, they will begin at 2:20. Welcome back, everyone, to the FAA TFM-AID Challenge Forum. Our next presenting team is from California State University, East Bay, and their project is the AVA dashboard.
Hi, everyone. We are very excited to present our project, AVA Dashboard. We are from Team California State University, East Bay. We just walk through our agenda today. We will introduce our team, and then we will briefly talking about the problem scope and the solution that we propose. And then we will walk through our prototype. The next one, we will break it down and explain in more detail with the design. And the last one is the challenges and limitation that we have. So we are a team of 4 with our advisor, Ian, that's sitting over there. My name is Freddie Augusta. I'm a graduate student.
I'm John Crescenzo.
I'm Tessa Board. I'm a graduate student.
I'm Patrice Reynolds. I'm also a graduate student.
So our school is located in beautiful East Bay, if you have been in California.
Okay, so one of the things when talking about the problem statement, which you guys have heard a lot about today. So starting off, what we call the death of 1,000 windows. And so really when we're talking about this is one of the things is we're thinking about how we organize information and how we prioritize it. And so this really stems from a lack of hierarchy. A lot has been talked about the lack of integrated capabilities. Right, so users repeat actions, they repopulate fields. The next is that often it's complex and inefficient display of information. So one of the things is how do we clarify information and make it actionable? And the last is inconsistent design. So users spend tremendous amounts of energy on recall, right? They have to remember all the different steps they need to do in all different organized applications, right? Does anyone like my graphic? It's quite literal. And I think this is why you see this with all the teams so far, is you see an interactive dashboard, right? So this begins to create a hierarchy. It's about prioritizing information both visually and cognitively. So when we think about the integrated capabilities and an integrated system, right, when users don't have to repeat actions, right, it reduces error, but it also reduces the mental and physical time they have to do those kind of mundane tasks. And then in order, going back to being inefficient, right, now we begin to use efficient data visualization. So that's kind of a key component. It makes information and data actionable. And so in terms of consistent design, right now we focus on recognition over recall. So I know where a tool or action is. And right, when we're thinking about, a lot has been mentioned about Adobe, right? So if I'm working across all different, the Adobe suite, right? If you look at all their menus, right, they're all virtually the same, right? So it's integrated and it's kind of standardized.
On the left, we have Alice. She's our athletic gamer. She's focused, driven, and independent. She's worried about reroutes and capping, and she needs a safe and expeditious flow of traffic with minimal delays. She's a fan of the AVA dashboard due to the clear, concise interface. On your right, you have Steven. He's outdoorsy, detail-oriented Gen Xer. He's motivated and determined. He's focused on maximizing throughput and balancing capacity with demand. He loves the ability to customize the AVA dashboard.
So next, let's dive deep into our prototype. So the very first thing is it shows the TSD. For the traffic manager, I can whoops. So after I sign in, I can open why is it always go that? Okay, I think.
Yeah, click lower than it.
I'm just gonna like this.
Okay.
So I can click on my navigation panel, and after I sign in, this is the shortcuts that I use the most: webinar, share, TSD, flight schedule monitor. But I can also edit this based on my preferences. But I can also leave it out to automatically that the system will calculate how the frequency that I use and put it on my favorites, which is the shortcuts. And the second one is the application, because we know that FDSM has a huge, massive applications, legacy applications. So we kind of included this inspired by the mobile design that the traffic manager can find the application that he or she needs. I can also go to the settings. I can change my brightness, contrast, font sizes, formats, and units. The other one that we add is the support and learn. So if I'm a new traffic manager, I forgot that, how do I navigate to certain things or do certain things, I can go here and quickly find the answer. So let's go to the scenario. The traffic manager received a notification that FCAJ-X7 exceeded capacity. And this notification, I can see that's all, I can read it, or I go to unread. So in this case, I go to show details. It immediately takes me to the FAA and FCA. And here you can see it color-coded based on the line and the airplane. I can also see the status, active, inactive. I can also sort it by altitude and the time. But in this case, by default, it's by alert. So like the red color is the most priority. I can also look at the advisory. And then I can edit. In this case, I can put in different parameter. I can also go to primary filter and apply. The second scenario, after I put in all the information for TSD, I can go to a GDT tool. And in this tool, I can go connect to the data, go to the airport, because this is the ground delay tool. I can see that the demand and capacity by just all the number is in front of the airplane. We also retain the design for the bar graph. In this case is Atlanta model. But let's say I want to put the parameter, I will go to GDT mode. I put a bunch of parameter here. And this is the one that add to analytics. So simulate different scenario. In this case, traffic manager put in the ATL one, and there's 3 metrics. The most important is the average, maximum, and total delay. I can see it before and after. After this, I know that there's 4 scenarios. I can go to my data visualizations. I can compare them immediately before. I can also go to the after. I can share this to the stakeholders, but I will show it to you later before I publish it. And the share is in here. So the share is the idea is inspired by the Zoom meeting. So sometimes I need to share my windows. So this is just the cloud computing technology. I can choose who have access. I can also choose the module which one I want to share. In this case, is analytics. And the next scenario is traffic manager wants to go to NTML. So we retain the same design, but we put these 3 things is the task that I completed. Again, we quantify so that the traffic manager understand that how many tasks that I have completed today, how many notifications that I received, and how many reports or advisory that I publish. We think that this is really important. Hello. We think that this is really important because it kind of provided a reflection for the traffic manager. And back to the presentation. So the reason that why we choose this is because of the spatial mapping. So you can understand spatial mapping. It's like you're driving a car in the US and then you go to UK. Even though in the UK, the driving is on the right side, but you know that on the left side, it's to go to the directions and then to control the dashboard. And then on the right side is the wiper. And then in the below is where I can pedal my car or put a brake on it. So we inspired by this spatial mapping idea to really provide the skeleton of the system. So different people, different traffic manager, even though they have experience or non-experience when they learn the system, they know on the left side is the navigation or user preferences. And then on the right side is my data, which is the FAA, FCA, all the data is here. And if I need to compare, do analytics is from the bottom. Okay, let's talk about the navigation. I talk about the sign-in, it allows personalization and security for people. And then the next one is the favorite. The favorite one is such a great tool that it's kind of act like a shortcut, so I don't have to keep going to this navigations. If you remember, it's on the left sides of the screens, just a little one. And then applications provide convenient access services and different applications. The search button, again, that I can quickly access to the application that I need. And then the settings, the last one is the shortcuts. I can use a keyboard to call the application that I need, or I can also use voice command if it's possible. So when we look at the current design and the new design, the current design, there's so many windows scattered around the TSD display window. And the new design, we really use the power of data visualizations. So the first one is the spatial mapping. How can I get into places that I want to go? So let's say you want to go to supermarket, I use the GPS. And then in the supermarket, I heard that DC is very famous with the mango sauce. I need to find the red mango sauce. So like data visualization is really powerful tool to help you understand the content and then finding the relevant insights. Oh, oops, sorry. Oh yeah. And then you start looking into more detail. There's a viewing options because interval is like 15 minutes, so that in 12 o'clock, I know that different line, how many planes will go through this FCA 12:15, 12:30, and 12:45, etc. And this is really powerful because we understand that traffic manager, the way they make decision, everybody is different. So we providing these viewing options of data visualization to provide flexibility, but also help them to find relevant information and make decisions.
The redesign of the FEA FCA parameters incorporates multiple data inputs to enhance flexibility, taking into account individuals' comfort levels with data entry. This enhancement benefits both those who prefer clicking through and those who are touch typers. Additionally, the design update introduces a modern mobile style data selector and a time clock to reshape the process of entering data.
And so the GDT tool, the current one, is the demand. You kind of have to calculate how many planes in it, and we changed the design into that so you don't have to calculate, but also color coded. You know what type of aircraft is this and how many in certain times.
The design update for the ground delay tool brings several improvements. These include a newly organized layout for straightforward use, mobile style date and time selectors, as mentioned earlier, adjustable sliders to assist users in inputting desired data, and drop-down search menus to facilitate completion of detailed data elements, for instance, searching for selected airports.
Oh, scope.
Yeah, under the scope. So there's the input search, and so you get to choose those selected airport codes. The drop-down menus also help display relevant information when needed, reducing cognitive load, particularly for those newer users.
So let's talk about analysis. So after I put in all the parameter, we go to analytics. So this analytic really optimize operational process and how to make better decisions. This also allows flexibility. Right now we have before and after, but this is a scalable design. We can always use compare, putting them together to each other so that when I make decision or when I look at the bar graph, I can make a quick and accurate decisions. The last one, when I monitor my capacity, I can, this is integrated, so like avoid thousands of windows, but I can also interact with it. I can hide priority, but it's all, as you can see on the left side, it's showing there. I can also call it out. So it's just if I need a certain information, I can just call it out immediately, and then if I don't need it, I just hide it. And the advisory, the current and newly designed. So we improve the readability by kind of declutter the informations so that the different NAS stakeholders can read through and find pertinent information quickly. The last one is log activities. As I mentioned before, we added this validate status, completed tasks. I can quickly access notification that I received today, reports, or advisories that I publish. But this is also a great summary for them. So let's say I worked 8 hours today. I know how many tasks that I did. I can do a reflection for myself. I can also track my KPI.
Yeah, one thing we just wanted to touch on is that we kind of envisioned the AVA dashboard as a desktop application. So we just wanted to kind of touch on that really quickly. And so one of the things that we've seen, as was pointed out earlier, is like, most of your applications were built, right? I think it was like 1987, you said, right? And so a lot of what has changed over that time period is the development of GUI toolkits, also called GUI. It's gross, don't call it that. But, right, and so what we've seen is, right, since the beginning of, right, just taking Java as an example, is we went from a heavy toolkit, right, to what's called a lightweight toolkit. And so when we think about a heavy toolkit, like what is that, right? It's a platform specific program. It's limited in terms of its capabilities, right? And it takes longer to render. And so we've now moved to this place where we're using lightweight, which is platform independent. They render faster and they have a larger library of capabilities. And so as we kind of, like when we thought of our, our design, one of the main things is that we wanted to make sure that all those things could be designed within Java Swing, right, which is an older program but much more stable. And then so what has been recently developed and some of the things that were pointed out by some of the groups is like, I think the Miami group was talking about, 3D, introducing or integrating 3D technologies, is that Java XF is starting to use 3D graphics. I think Michigan pointed out, right, when they were talking about drawing the line across, right, that's vector-based, so that's also Java XF. So the main thing just to kind of keep in mind is that over time, these things are, scalable and you can continue to develop it. The other thing is we just wanted to point out some things on our limits and risks. So one of the things is that we lack direct access to applications. We weren't able to conduct like cognitive walkthroughs through those specific applications, which is something like obviously when you're developing something, I think that's very important to do. We did not perform user testing on any FAA officials, although we conducted interviews. And a main thing in terms of a risk is any kind of development that you do in terms of modern functionality, you have to think about how it might require additional training for especially veteran users. And so on the right-hand side, you kind of see like we spent a great deal of time like focusing on our research and seeing what had been kind of developed around both in the space of what was written about the current system and then also in terms of some design elements of that. And so, the three things that we really wanted to focus on was, how you organize information in a digestible manner, assisting in monitoring and data input, and then promoting situational awareness so you don't get lost in the process of performing a task.
So just the summary today is the first one, integration. How do we integrate these applications? But we also add this analysis tool, kind of help traffic manager to make decision and to also understand the data itself. And the second one, our interactivity. So we use the basic 3-panel skeleton, but you kind of know where it's always be, so left side, right side, and the bottom part. But in here that you can search information, you can filter out, you can sort it out. You can also hide or unhide certain windows and also the shortcuts. This is really eliminating thousands of windows. And we talk about efficiency, of course. Data visualization is one thing that how do you handle a complex data without reducing the complexity? Because we understand that this project is just a little tips of iceberg, but there's so much complexity. We don't want to reduce the complexity, but how can we present a complex data into a meaningful and accessible way for our traffic manager? And the last one is consistency, that right now we haven't developed the design language because we think that this is something in the future that, if we work together that we can focus on, but the consistency that you can see throughout our system is integrated. Thank you very much for everybody here. We are open for discussion and feedback. Thank you.
Very much. Judges, we'd like to open up the panel for any questions.
Should I go to that? Yeah.
So I have a quick question. When you were showing like the modeling the FCAs, you had colors, and I think I missed. Is there any differentiation between the colors and like what they mean, or are they just showing the options, like the green and the blue and the purple?
This one,
No, down in the list. Like, is there any differentiation between the colors, or is that just like how it shows up on the map?
So it is when the traffic manager chooses to create a line that the traffic manager can choose. So in this case, it's FCA's JX7.
So it aligns with the colors on the map.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
While you're on that, you were just showing the.
Oh yeah, you got it.
Yeah, those expand, I think I saw quickly to give you some additional information. So one of the pieces that you may consider including in there, if you've seen the FAA timelines, they show you the demand, the counts over time. So I think maybe an interesting addition to this view is when you expanded it, if you could also have that timeline, so you can avoid having, you know, the image you showed earlier had a bunch of those timelines all around the map. If you could view them in this table directly, that would
Oh, you mean the GDT, the ground delay?
No, for the, you know, to show that how many aircraft are expected to cross that
Oh.
line over time.
So we created this, this is what we created. So you
Okay.
can also access in this way. So every 15 minutes, how many planes
Right,
will go
right. So
through
yeah,
here.
so that's, how did you get there
Oh,
from
you
where
can
were
just
before?
change over here.
I see.
And-
Okay. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Yeah.
Quick one, Ben. I appreciate your focus on the data visualization, the challenge of that, and the idea. And I think one way you were showing that I admit I didn't follow very well was the several windows. You had a button that said connect to data, I believe it was, and didn't follow what you were doing with that button that changed things.
Yes, so connect to the data because this information we did research and we found out that on GDT there's 4 models, historical data, live, and GDT modes. And if the traffic managers want to call out a previous data, we'll go to live or historical data, and then I will open it and we'll show the previous one. Yeah. But then if I need to model it, I'll go GDT mode and then like analytics.
So I like the idea of the visualization. Not sure how many constraints that a traffic manager normally works with. Have you thought about what happens if you run out of colors? As you know, among men, we have about 8% of us are to some extent color vision deficient. So have you thought about how you may be able to overcome that?
Yes, I think the other way that you can also add texture. So even though it's the same color, but you can add like diagonal, or you can add different texture to kind of create different legend and to more understandable.
Yeah. So that's just as he was pointing out, like, so you can kind of see here as we began to kind of explore that. But yeah, you would change these as to indicate different, you know.
Couple of things I really liked, the ability to customize that panel on the left to pick your most commonly used tasks and your most commonly used applications and arrange them, because there are quite a few differences between different types of users and the tools that they might want to use more or need to use more. So I thought that was a really an interesting idea and a very useful one. I think the other thing I really was interested in was the search to get to the support and learn, because that's one of the areas where TFMS has struggled in the past, is finding ways of introducing the help functions and making them actually helpful, relevant, useful to what you're doing at the time. Would there possibly be a way to, in addition to having the ability to search in that bar on the left, to have access to that when you're doing something? So as you're building that FEA or you're building the AFP, have access to.
Yes, absolutely, because the navigation bar is a bar that I can always access into it, even though, so let's say I'm looking at the TSD and then I need something, and then I can just open up this bar and then I can go to that support and learn.
Very nice presentation. I very much like how you very clearly define what type of stuff slides out from the left versus the right from the bottom, and then keeping that as a very consistent model. I really liked some of the dialogues that you've cleaned up, specifically the GDT setup. It had a very familiar look but it was so much cleaner. The one that you might want to go back and look at in a little bit more detail is look at your timeline. If you can pull that up.
Yeah. For the timeline for
where your flights are shown minute by minute.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Hang on. Let's go back to, sorry. He's talking about this. Correct?
No. When you model the program and you're showing the flights.
Yeah.
On the left-hand side.
I think it's here.
Yeah.
It's the one.
So you seem to be showing just flights and the status of flights, but you also should be showing slots, open slots, canceled slots, unbilled slots.
Okay.
So it's like half the data's kind of disappeared.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think we didn't think about it, but it's a good point that we absolutely need to include.
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky thing to catch because if you're looking at screenshots, you won't see those unless there's a program already in place. But there is kind of a whole layer of extra data that's not being represented here. But it is a very interesting alternative to what we have right now. And, you know, if we somehow fit in what's missing, it's an interesting alternative to think about.
Okay, thank you.
And I really like the way you presented the advisory. That was, it's a little thing, but wow, it's like right away I was able to pick things out. That was really nice.
Yeah, because our focus really in efficiency, and then when I need to find information, how can find that information quickly and accurately, so that we always kind of focus on that area. Thank you.
And let me just ask the same question I'm asking. You again seem to be envisioning this as a desktop application, not as a browser.
Yes. I mean, there's a couple of reasons we kind of thought about that. Like, we know you want to integrate certain like cloud capabilities, but in terms of like, so for instance, just taking Java, for example, right? There's 8 million developers of Java, right? Oracle is a large corporation. So, you know, if you're having issues, you know, one of the things is you can call up Oracle on the phone, right? And you can begin to like fix a problem if that's the case. I think there's certain kind of potential security vulnerabilities with going completely web-based, but that's kind of why we kind of settled on desktop.
But in addition to that, this skeletal is also, you can apply on the web. Yeah.
Miro stole some of the things that I was going to say, except my reaction to seeing the simplified flight count was relief. And it made so much sense. I mean, seeing pop-ups, it's nice to know, but unless I'm getting an edict change request and I'm going to take some action to put an aircraft in a slot, I'm not looking for them. So I felt tremendous relief. I was like, oh, this makes so much sense. You have the hour, you have the number of aircraft, and there we go. And the same for the simplified advisory. Oh my goodness, that was wonderful. So great job picking up on some things that we already need and cleaning it up, simplifying. Also in the applications, of all the dozens of applications, you managed to select just the ones that at least we at the command center really care about and we access frequently. So I liked all of that.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
I'm a ditto what everyone else has said about the design. I think it was refreshing to what we have currently. And for you all not to have access to a facility to kind of see or to kind of envision a different layout, I think you all did a great job. But I do have a question, and I read it in your paper about voice assistance, but I don't think you mentioned it during your briefing. How do you envision the voice assistant? Because when I first saw it, I was kind of like, well, it might work if we had a headphone, if we were speaking into a headphone, but in the environment that we're in inside the facility, it will probably be difficult. So I just wanted you to touch a little bit on that.
Yeah, I think we think this from a universal design standpoint. So maybe some users are not able to use their hand at that time. Maybe they have drinks or they have food on their hand. It's a maybe. And at that time, we call it edge scenario. So how can we design for edge cases for those people is using this voice command. But hopefully they're focused on their job.
Yeah, and one other thing, which is, like a lot is talked about ChatGPT and so forth, and so a lot of those kind of AI technologies, they're large language models. So what that kind of means is that right before, if you're talking to your Alexa, you're like, Alexa, turn off. You have to give it very specific commands. And so what LLMs kind of let you do is you can have a little bit more of a conversation. It's kind of broaden the range of how you kind of talk to a machine. And so like we, as he was talking about with edge cases, it's like maybe it's something where you're talking about, right? Like we envision kind of like a scrollable map. And so maybe you're talking to your machine and you're like, hey, navigate to that particular, FCA. I just want to see what's that like?
So I'll put in another plug for the FAA here. There's a lot of research into applying that. The language learning models to FAA. A use case that I'm familiar with is readback errors when they're reading clearances to pilots and learning when there's errors or being able to digitize those. So if you guys are interested in that, the FAA's, that's the next frontier for the FAA because we need to get things perfect. I mean, safety clearances are a safety thing.
Okay.
So there's a lot of emphasis on performance requirements to get it near perfect, like 99.9999. I think it's, the 6 nines rule. So just FYI, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, there's a lot of work in the FAA.
Yeah. It's one of those things is not to go on a tangent too much, but yeah, one of the things is kind of like, it's really, as you pointed out, it's getting that last kind of like 10 to 15%, right? Like on point.
Yeah, Alexa, if they order the wrong, TP, brand or something, not a big deal, but missing a fix and a clearance is a big deal.
Do we have any other questions from our panel right now?
I have a fun one again, but I have to know, is Ava another bird or is it something else?
Oh, no. No, Ava, I have a niece named Ava. And so, but like spelled with the E and then, kind of short for aviation. But like, yeah, we just thought it was kind of like a fun name. Definitely. Yeah, but yeah, definitely not a bird. Is it a bird?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Yeah. So
it's not our mascot or anything like that either.
So related to aviation and harkens back to your niece.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Great. Thank you.
Other questions from the panel?
I will make one more comment. I appreciated you guys' realization of the risks and the limitations you had, especially in your research. Props for being honest about that, because going into that can help, move stuff forward in collaboration versus just kind of filling in the holes and making it up as you go along. So good job.
Thank you.
Other questions? We'll go to our in-person audience first. So go ahead and raise your hand if you have any additional questions for the team. Question?
Hi, I'm Kerrigan from University of Miami. I was curious how your share feature worked. If that was, you talked about like the screen, sharing your screen. Was that just like a screenshot of your current screen, or was it a video clip? I was just curious.
So it's like Zoom, that if I need to share a screen, I can share to this person or this group of people, and then I can choose which window I want to share. I can show all windows, or I can show like just the analytics side.
Okay, so it's almost like a Zoom,
live.
like a video. Okay,
yes.
Okay, and then you have to end it too. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Other questions?
Can I ask one? I wanted to somewhat comment also on the GUI is gross comment. I agree, actually, even though that I do quite a bit in that area. What I did like, and it's more a comment than a question, is that I noticed that you have, autocomplete entry of data through a keyboard. I've not seen that before, and quite a few of our systems do not have that at all. So I think that was, very interesting that you actually touched on that. So my my notion is always that if you can do something through a GUI, but I'm more in tactical interfaces, I always try to find something that I can also do through a keyboard. So I appreciate that you actually included that. Was very good. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, you go first. Yeah, one of the things that we kind of thought about is when we were thinking about new users versus old users is that older users, obviously, they tend to, right, they don't need a drop-down menu per se, right, to write out the airports. They pretty much know those things. So those people move through systems like quite quickly, right, like through tabbing and so. But then, new trainees, for example, they're more right, what's called hunt and seekers, right, or clickers, right? So and that's sort of right, more of a kind of background around like video games and more current kind of GUIs. Oh yeah.
Yeah, first of all, really nice presentation. I love your GUI. Yeah, so like one thing that I thought was a nice touch was the ability to change font sizes. And I had a question related to that. So if you were to increase the font size to, or for example, NTML, they're spelled out, would that kind of go on to the next line, or would there be a ... Just curious on how you would handle that edge case.
So if we think about mobile design, it becomes ... But because this is a short, so like only 4 letter, I think even though you increase, I mean, you're not gonna increase like, unless you increase like 100 PTA. It's usually like people with half difficulty maybe go up to 24. It still fit into this frame.
Got you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from our audience?
Hello, my name is Kate from the University of Michigan. I love your presentation, but I have a question about like when you were talking about like the consistent spatial awareness, the consistent screens, and how analytics will pop up from the bottom. So let's say if there's an edge case where the user doesn't like the layout of that, is there a way for the users to customize their layout?
So it really depends on developer, because if the developer is okay that you can change it, then it's fine. But in our project, we want it to be more rigid. It's like when you drive a car, right? So like you're not gonna put the brake on the left. So that's also how do we train people into a certain mental model. And if I need analytic, I know it's always in the bottom. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, but the brake is on the left.
Other questions from our audience? Okay, do we have any questions on the live stream?
Sorry, Tori, I've got one more that I just thought of. You had described your 2 user personas, and I liked that. I liked including that and thinking through that. Can you point to any decision that you maybe waffled back and forth on, thinking through those 2 personas and any tension between them and what they might want? In other words, how did they translate, specific item number 2, in which they translated into your design?
Yeah, so our persona is more an experience, and the other one is just newly trainee. And this reflect on our, let's say, shortcut and things that the more experienced traffic manager can use it. But also we kind of balance, like retain the same design language, like the bar chart we didn't really change, to let the veteran understand, so they don't have to relearn this. But I think that's just most, and then the support and learn is probably for more the inexperienced traffic manager also.
Yeah, I have one more item. So I didn't catch it so much during the presentation. Maybe you guys were moving quickly, but I did make a note of it from your paper. One of the things I liked is that you talked about using mouse over versus having to click to get additional information or to do something. So I thought that was very powerful from, our click counting experiences. The fewer clicks and still provide the information, the better. Can you remind me where you have some of that in your design?
So this is the limitation that we have using Figma. So for example, if I hover here, it will tell me this is webinar. If I hover here, it should tell me what application is this. The problem with Figma, if I want to make it clickable, I couldn't add this hover state. So that's one thing that we really want to show, but we couldn't show it. Yeah.
All right. Do we have any other questions from our judging panel?
Yeah, so I like the consistency. I've noticed though that there you have an alerts indicator, a little bell, but it doesn't light up when you have alerts. So it's that it can be a limitation because of the environment that you're using, but I'd like to see consistency there. So if you have this minimized side panel, that if there's some information coming in that may need to draw your attention, that you show it there. And if it sits there for a long time, you may need to add some movement to actually draw the person there, because as you know, color doesn't draw attention, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Definitely a good point. Thank you.
Okay, I know we have one comment on the live stream. Amy?
Yep, so this wasn't a question, just a comment from Marina, a professor at Cal State East Bay. She said, just wanted to shout out the brilliance of the CSU EV students. Thank you for your thoughtful approach to design and experience. So proud of you.
Oh.
Thank you, Marina.
That's a nice shout out. I know Matt has one more question for you.
I do, and I wanted to ask, again, since time permits, a similar question to what we posed to the last team. If each of you could run through, what did you find to be most fun, interesting, exciting in the time we have left? I would love to hear it. This has been really fun.
For me, I love to solve complex problem, and my school project is usually not this complex. And then when I do the research, I have to read, because we didn't have access to the facility, we only interview Kurt. So I read all the paper, the TSD and the GDT, everything. It's so complex, but I really don't want to reduce the complexity. And then I think the challenge is how do you make this complex thing into accessible and easy understand to the users. So that is, I think, the most fun part for me.
Good.
Learning the whole airspace system and just getting to learn it as being a patron of it and being in an airplane and thinking, wow, how does this complex system work, and really being able to understand it. And then also, this is kind of random, but prior to this, I worked in the auto industry. And so they have a similar issue of being in the system that's super dated from the 80s and not really meeting the new technology that's happening today. And so I worked in that for a very long time, and thinking about it, I was like, I wish in one lifetime I could update this whole system. And so it was a cool experience to be able to do that for the airspace system.
For me, I think it was like combining two of my loves. When I was 3 years old, my mom took me on a trip to Germany to visit my grandma. And at the time, they don't let you do this now, of course. They used to let the little kids go into the cockpit to meet the pilot. And it was like a British Airways. And I still have a little pin with the wings on it. And from then on, I was always hooked on air travel. And combining my love of air travel and my love of design, I've been a designer about 30 years. This was just an amazing opportunity. So I'm really grateful for this.
Yeah, I think Brigham put it best, which is like a bell curve, right? So, there were times where I was like working with the crew and I would literally just be like, I don't get any of it. And I would throw my phone against the wall, and then call them back like an hour later and be like, no, I think I got it. And then you're like, no, I don't. So, yeah. So it was a challenge.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and open up the floor to any other questions that we have for the team. Yeah?
Alicia Fernandez, I'm supporting the FMDS team. So you guys have discussed how you didn't really have access to a facility. I'm curious about, now that you've been through this whole process where you've done all this research and you've been through this design process, what are some questions that you would want to ask some of the practitioners now that maybe you didn't know you should ask when you started this process?
Yes. So the biggest problem that we had is to figure out the flow, because there's paper, there's scenario, there's screenshot, but the information are kind of scattered or fragmented. So it was really, really hard for us to understand the flow. We have to reread again and kind of trying to make sense by ourselves. So I think what will be really helpful is to kind of show us, maybe like a video. Oh, this is how it starts. This is when the beginning, the middle, and then how you post advisory, and then how you monitor, to kind of get the full pictures.
Any other questions?
Hi, Courtney Wells, FMDS Communications Lead. So one of the goals of the TFM-AID challenge was to engage with academia and get academia aware of the FAA's mission. So I was just curious if this challenge has encouraged anyone to seek a future career in the aviation industry.
Oh, for me, it's 100% sure, because I just graduated last month in May. My name card. My name. Yeah. So, and I love doing research. I love design. And then when I did this, I think we started in February. I immediately love it because it's, again, very complex, but it's also a real project. And then for me, it's what is really rewarding is that understanding the problem and then finding the solution, and it's actually really solved the problem. So for me, 100% sure.
Birdie's available. Yeah. No, I still have my thesis to finish. But yeah, this was a very, I think it is a good question, which is, yeah, it's, it was a very rewarding, challenge to actually do. And it did kind of intrigue my interest.
Yeah, I think for me, especially living in the Bay Area, everything there is very high tech, and everyone's like, oh, I have this startup and we Apple Pay and all this stuff. So knowing that something that's been around for so long is really open to being innovative and taking on these new technologies that are emerging is kind of eye-opening to be like, wow, okay, maybe this is a more progressive area than you would think it would be.
I'm also really interested, and when Tori mentioned in the beginning that they have internships with the FAA, I'm going to check it out for next summer. I'm there.
Your name card.
Other questions? Going once? Twice?
Sold.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was the California State University East Bay team. For our live stream, we are going to take another break, our final break for the afternoon. And we will see you back here again at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Welcome back, everyone, to the final presentation of the FAA TFM-AID Forum. I am happy to present to you San Jose State University and their project, Proposed Flow Management Data and Services Design Prototype.
Hello, everyone. My name is Erin Maluli. I'm a master's student at San Jose State University, and this is the rest of my team.
Hello, my name is Vishaka.
Hello, my name is Tanner O'Brien. Hello, my name is Paul Gervais.
Hey everyone, my name is Amanpreet Singh.
And then Alyssa Mickelson is the sixth member of our team. She unfortunately was not able to attend. And our advisor, Dr. Abbas Muallim, is out of the country, so he was also not able to attend today. And this is our proposed flow management data and services design prototype.
So for our introduction overview, our outline of our presentation will first start with the background. Okay. Hello. Hello. Sweet. So for our introduction and overview, the outline of our presentation will first start with the background of our project and the purpose of it. Then we'll move on to our design and the design components that we made different and why we implemented them. Then for our prototype demonstration, we'll be demonstrating our high fidelity prototype and the changes that we made. Then we'll be concluding with the conclusion summarizing what we learned from our experience. So the purpose of the traffic flow management aid challenge is to design a new graphical user interface, or GUI, for the Federal Aviation Administration Automation System. The new system will be a part of the flow management data and services that will be used by traffic management. The new GUI will assist traffic management with their tasks. Some of the problems of the existing system are that in order to complete a task, it requires the user to do multiple tasks. Death by Windows occurs because the user is having to use an abundance of applications, and this can cause the system to crash. The application has a lack of visual continuity when transitioning the different pages. For our design steps, we first started with wanting to understand the users of the air traffic control system command center. We developed a user persona to help us define what our design goals are and the user's behaviors. Our user flows were next to define the primary functions of how users would operate the system. We did 3 interviews with current and former industry professionals to support our designs and understand the different associations between the different areas of the national airspace. For our design reviews and interaction, we reviewed our design with our advisor, the different former and current industry professionals. We did this in an agile model by collaborating with our mentor and other professional collaborators. We constantly adapted to the changings that they provided to us. Our prototypes from the suggestions that were given to us from our collaborators helped us further progress our design. We created a user flow diagram as a visual representation to understand how users of the system would use the program. Our flow diagram helped us understand what key points to focus on when designing for the users. We focused on 4 main components. They were for our users such as the dashboard, the FEA, FCA, and the AFP. The flowchart also helped us empathize and of how our users would navigate our design.
The primary audience in mind when creating the persona were air traffic managers at the Air Traffic Control Systems Control Center. Our team was able to ensure the validity of our created persona by interviewing industry personnel within air traffic control and confirming our findings through the provided documents about the user. From the persona, our team was able to highlight issues air traffic managers face and conceptualize features they would want in their new application. Some of the issues they would like us to fulfill in our prototype are switching to more graphical/visual based systems, efficiency when using the application, and smoother transitions from experienced users to new applications. Here are design goals our team aimed to tackle when creating our prototype. Main considerations for design decisions were to implement features that made new applications scalable, agile, and intuitive. Examples presented in the prototype that followed these main considerations were reducing redundancies, reducing mental models by emphasizing recognition over recall, and improving flow of the application.
So based on the identified user needs and the design goals that we had set, we went ahead with the actual design of the dashboard and prototype, which we'll show in a little bit more detail in the actual prototype in a minute. But in terms of the design goals, we wanted to create a very flat design so it was very easy for users to access all the main functions they were going to need in their day-to-day with only a couple of clicks. They wouldn't have to dig down too much. We wanted our design to be scalable so that additional features could very easily be added. down the line that might not currently be visualized in the prototype. And we also wanted it to be customizable because we know that different users are going to have different needs in their day-to-day tasks in terms of what they're actually doing and therefore what information they need to see, as well as just preferences in how they want their information to be shown to them. We wanted our design to be very interactive, so everything that is on the screen is providing valuable information to the user. And then we also included a forecast mode that allows users to kind of look forward in time at the projected air traffic and projected weather based on the current available information, and use that as a tool to help make decisions when creating flow evaluation in constrained areas, as well as other traffic management initiatives.
So, staying consistent with our philosophy for FEA/FCA flows, we continued with an agile design that allows flexibility in adopting changes as necessary. Key changes in the FEA/FCA flows were made in the user interface design of the dialog box, but some changes were also made to the information architecture in order to facilitate flow for all possible users. We visually revamped the design to an updated user interface with a minimalist design. We swapped functions to make them more conducive towards better flow of operations. I'll highlight all the changes we made for creating, recalling, and viewing active FEA/FCA dialog boxes in our prototype.
All right, so let's take a look at the actual prototype. Alrighty, so taking a look here, this is the main dashboard view that a user would be faced with once they get logged into the system. And so taking a look here, there are a number of items that they can do to kind of customize what they are looking at. So in this top filter area, we're able to control what FCAs and FEAs are on the screen, the different types of aircraft that are visible. Users are also able to create different customized views by clicking on this plus icon. They would be able to zoom in and move around if there's a specific part of the map that they want to see. And they can also then preset the filter items. So once they've set that, they can then click here, select an option, and everything's going to populate for them with all the information that they want to see in that particular setting. Additionally, it's very easy to see the weather by toggling it on and off, and just use that as a visualization tool when they do or don't want it. Again, we want everything to be highly interactable and providing information to the user. So, for example, when you click on an individual aircraft, you're able to see a quick snapshot of the information about the flight plan of that aircraft. So in this example, this plane is flying from Seattle to Los Angeles, and it departed under a ground delay program, which is going to dictate when it needs to arrive at its destination. As we'll see in a little bit, we preserved the existing graphs that are used for modeling the overall flight traffic under FEAs and FCAs, and we preserved the color system that is in place, so it's very easy and carries over for legacy users of the old system. And this visual cue on that departure time tells the user that that needs to be taken into account as the plane continues on its way. Moving on to the bottom part of this screen, we've got a pop-up window or bar of all the navigation options. For our final prototype, we focused on a single screen view because we know that in some situations that may be all that's available to a user. And we wanted to ensure that the layout is still very functional for them with that limited real estate. But we do also know that in some situations they may have multiple screens. And so in that situation, we envision that this bottom navigation bar and all the stuff that it contains could move over onto that second screen and be more pulled up simultaneously, so they don't have as much layering of data that they have to work through. And then moving up to the top here, we've got a couple more customization settings. Similar to BYU, you can also create a dark and a light mode depending just on user preferences and what they want to see. And then the other main thing we want to highlight is the forecast mode. So by dropping down and transitioning to forecast view, users can now move forwards in time and kind of see what the projected weather is going to look like, as well as the projected flight paths based on what's currently been filed. And then use that as a tool to also help with decision making. We added this kind of blinking blue banner to make it really obvious to a user that the information they're not looking at, or that they're looking at, isn't live. Because when you're making decisions Obviously, you need to be looking at the right information, and it should always be super salient if you're no longer looking at something that's current data and therefore may not even be accurate in a couple of hours. And Aman will take us through some of the FEA and FCA stuff.
All right, so when FEA/FCA is clicked from the navigation bar on the main page, it expands graphs that show a consolidated status of flights. These graphs can be expanded and minimized as necessary. At the top, the user is able to change the time intervals and navigate options through the drop-down menu. These graphs can also be popped out and moved around the map while everything else is minimized. This is done so that the user is able to view the map and still able to see all the details that they want to see and still visualize the graph information. Moving on to creating an FEA/FCA. We switched from radio to toggle buttons, which provide the user with more area to interact with buttons. This is based on the principle of Fitts' law, which states that the speed of performing an action is a function of the size and the distance of the target. Along with changing the style and size of the buttons, we also utilize the Gestalt principle of proximity to rearrange the layout for selection options to feel more intuitive. We removed some excessive boundary lines in each dialog box option to optimize space utilization. We retained much of the same functionality, such as when an FEA/FCA is created and a shape is selected, the user should be able to draw that shape directly on the map and rearrange its size. The time ranges used to have two separate input boxes for hours and minutes. We updated this to a modern design where the user just has to click it one single time and they're able to input hours and minutes. We merged the longitude and latitude tab, as well as the shared sites tab into the parameters tab as a side pop-up. Side pop-ups would automatically appear once a shape is selected. In practice, we also envisioned that these side pop-ups could be detached from the side and moved around the area as the user feels necessary. This is done to promote recall over recognition so that the user doesn't have to toggle between the top level tabs just to access all the information. Let's move on to the primary filters. Initially, all variations of the filters were available eminently, but we updated the design to pick and select filter options as necessary. This was done to minimize the clutter in a visual space and remove redundancies. This provides experienced users to potentially use the shortest path possible for their filter selection. They can add filters individually if a few are necessary, or they can add all of them at once and remove the few unnecessary ones. Categories that allow multiple selection are made saliently different from the toggle buttons to notify the user. Previously, this was done with text. Multi-select options would be distinguished from toggle options by stating user categories any of or aircraft categories any of. But we swapped the button style and selection color to inform the user that these buttons function differently from the toggle buttons. Let's move on to the Preferences tab. So for the visible time range and the selected time range, previously the design used to have up and down arrows, which didn't let the user see the minimum and maximum capability. Now that we switched that to a slider bar, which lets the user see exactly what's their minimum and maximum value. Let's move to the recall. So when the option to recall an FEA/FCA is selected from the drop-down options near the navigation bar, prototype brings up a list that is similar to the original design. An additional feature lets the user see more details of the particulars beyond the details that are provided above the shape on the map. We also swapped the selection search bar from the middle to the top of the page. This is done to stay consistent with the user's mental model of a typical search bar layout. Once a recall FEA/FCA is selected, the user is taken back to the creation dialog box with specifics of the recall instance auto-filled into the creation field and can be edited by the user as they feel necessary. These changes are also reflected into the active FEA/FCAs. In practice, these dialog boxes would be very flexible. If the FEA/FCA area on the map is covered by the dialog box, the map could either zoom to the visible area on the right side of the screen or move the dialog box to the other side of the screen. As well, if there's a second screen support, that the dialog boxes could be moved to the other side. Let's move on to the AFPs.
For the AFP, let's go ahead and create a new AFP. So on this, on top to bottom, there's a slider. Previously, it was just a picker, and so they couldn't see the timings. And they have an option to also edit the start and end time. And then for the program read applicable only to include flights, we just cleaned up the UI on the top. But from R and within R, they also have the option for a more modernized time picker. And they also have a more edit button. For the interval and minutes, they can toggle between 15, 30, and 60 minutes. As you can see, as they toggle, it changes the table. For the table, on the top, there's a gray button indicating, or the grayish area, indicating that they cannot edit. But for the PR and pop-up, they can, indicating with the lighter and white color. For the scope tab, so the main here that we visually changed was the two columns, non-exempt and exempt flights. We did that because they can clearly see the flights that are non-exempt and exempt, and if they wanted to convert, switch a flight from between them, they can just select one of them and click on the arrows based on the direction of the arrow and change it that way so that they can see all the flights and there's no checkboxes that were previously there. For the flights itself, if they wanted to exempt, there's a toggle button just so they can have an area to toggle back and forth and make sure that they can edit the minutes there directly because picking, I believe there was a picker there in which they couldn't see, so that's just easier for them to enter. For the general option tab, just a UI cleanup here with bigger text boxes and then making sure that they know the timing. If then they edit the timing, it will be a modernized timing indicating the time and the minutes. And also checkboxes. So I'll pass it on to.
Yeah, and one thing we also wanted to just touch on is while we're kind of going over more of the functions of the actual dialog boxes, we do also envision this being a very interactive system. So for example, when you're trying to select different centers, you can kind of click and drag on the map. It's just kind of a limitation of the prototype software that we couldn't totally show that. But so being able to, for legacy users who coming over from the old system and might have very set ways that they prefer to do things, trying to keep some of that consistent while also allowing users who might prefer to use the map more directly, being able to manipulate the items that they're creating there, visualize it very clearly, and do stuff along those lines.
Demonstrated from the prototype presentation, our team prioritized making our design of the application scalable, agile, and intuitive when approaching this challenge. We reinforced these ideas by applying design principles such as Gestalt and Fitts law, reducing redundancies across the application, improving mental models when completing tasks, and improving overall navigation of the system. Key things we gained from this competition were learning the importance of diverse perspectives. We got to work with people in air traffic control, air traffic management, UX designers, and human factors specialists. We also gained further appreciation of difficulties faced when designing for specific positions and learned the significance of reducing errors in a complex system. We'd like to thank everyone that helped us along the way. Our advisor, providing direction in our prototype design, interviewees for providing insights and suggestions, competition coordinators and judges for giving us this opportunity and providing feedback so we can learn from our prototype, and our peers in this competition for sharing their different approaches to the challenge and giving us this opportunity to learn from one another. And viewers like you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, San Jose, and for the fan service. We love to be thanked. We're going to go ahead and turn the Q&A session over to our judging panel first. So whoever has the first question, feel free to ask.
I'll go first. I might have missed it. Logging your actions or any NTML-like stuff in here. So once you put out an initiative, how would you log it?
Yeah, so this is something that we envision being very kind of built in, so it's less on the user in terms of them actually having to go through the log process. The actions that they're taking are going to automatically create the log, so it's less burden on them. There is still an option if they need to ever, create a manual log, but hopefully by automating that and creating some clear backend functionality so that everything can code correctly, then that's something that the user doesn't have to worry about nearly as much in their day-to-day.
Do you have that manual log piece in here?
It's very briefly visualized here. Oh gosh, put that guy away. 1 second. That's right. Broken interaction here. I'm going to just refresh. Yeah, so the logbook would kind of live here and probably be expandable if there's more detail that they want to see in this single screen view at least. And so yeah, if they needed to manually enter something, they'd be able to log it here.
A great job as well. I have a question about the ability to forecast weather through the play forward, and then also did I understand that the flight trajectories would also envision the same? Can you talk through how that process will work?
Yeah, so that's something that hopefully as AI continues to develop or machine learning can be leveraged to, it's obviously not going to be a perfect system because when you're looking into the future, there are inherent uncertainties. But based on filed flights and what the plan is for those flights and where they're going to go, having that be shown as you're kind of moving forwards, and similarly with what the projected weather is, having that be visualized to the extent that it's possible.
I enjoyed your presentation as well. The one thing that stood out was on the data tag when you selected the flight plan. I liked the GDP, that you can see that it was a part of a GDP, because I know a lot of times the aircraft would have taken a delay on the ground and then for whatever reason something else happened. We would reroute them again in the air not knowing that that aircraft was possibly a part of a GDP. So that's something for users to be able to be aware of when they're making decisions. My question though, chat, you didn't touch on the chat mode. How do you envision that? What do you envision that looking like?
Yeah, personally, that's something that I honestly had reservations on in terms of how built out chat should be, just because I know in past experiences when I've had chat in jobs, it can really slow things down when you're manually typing messages back and forth. And when a decision needs to be made, that's not ideal. So I personally envision it being more of kind of individual messaging, but a lot of the functions regarding shared, FEAs and FCAs would live more in the logbook and statuses being updated there.
I love that you started with a flow chart. Like I said earlier on the signal to noise thing, the flow chart speaks to my heart. How did you do that, or did you do that first, or did you try to come to make some decisions first and then go back to a flow chart? And if so, did that change anything?
And that was actually the topic of my question was, did you guys do any validation of that beforehand or before shifting?
Yeah, so we built out flowcharts more than just the one that we showed. We did a couple pretty early in the process just to try to understand how we thought the user would move through. We also unfortunately didn't have as many opportunities to, we weren't able to go visit an actual site. We were able to conduct some user interviews and just gain a little bit of feedback there. But yeah, the flows was very much us just trying to conceptualize with the information that was available to us and the resources, how we thought the user would move through the space and then use it as a tool to help design.
And to add on to that, we did show the flowcharts to our interviewees to see if they can validate them, and they approved of them.
Yeah, I had a question about something that I don't think I saw anywhere else, and that is you had something that showed private, public, the domain. So tell me a little bit more about that, because it speaks to me. I wonder if the operational folks can also get on board with that.
I can take it over. Yeah, so this is my understanding, a kind of carryover from the current system, in that you can dictate when you're, especially at the command center, when you're creating these different FEAs and FCAs, who is receiving them. If it's public, it's visible and going out to everybody. Private is going to be, just at the console of that user. Local is just going to be that center. And then shared is where you can kind of dictate if it's going to go out to multiple locations. So being able to specify that, and then specifically when you're sharing it, being able to specify who it's going to. And this would ideally be something that kind of smart autofills, where you can either type in the name of the center or the code for it, or if there's a specific user, then giving you the drop down of people that you could share it with. And ideally also, this is again a limitation of the prototyping software a little bit, but both the longitude and latitude, which is typically only a function of the polygon and line shaped FEAs and FCAs, would only populate when one of these two options is selected. And similarly, the share option to specify shared sites would only populate when you've selected that.
If the user has a need to look at multiple maps, how do you see them switching between different maps configured in different ways?
Yeah, so that would come back to this kind of drop-down option. So these would be kind of your presets. Currently, we don't have it configured where you could have multiple maps side by side. They're just kind of the main map on that dashboard. But then you could easily move between, this currently doesn't take you anywhere, unfortunately, but you could move between different views that you've set up. And when you set them up, you could also, if you wanted to specify, I want this to show all the active FEAs and FCAs. I want this to only show, commercial aircraft, things like that. So when you select it, it's going to give you everything.
So that plus sign is what's adding an item to the...
Correct, yeah. And then similarly in this navigation bar, users have the option to customize it. There are other kind of sub-programs that are important to them that they want there.
And same question is for the others. Do you see this deployed as a desktop application or browser?
We had definitely envisioned it initially as more of a desktop, part of it being real estate. As you can even just see in the example, you've got the kind of the top bar of the web that's taking up space, and then your actual interactable space is then minimized X amount. I think, as always, you can work on minimizing the impacts of that if you want to roll it over to more of a web-based as well. But that was one of our main concerns.
Also want to add to that a little bit. The web-based applications get rid of the right-click ability, which is useful for a number of functions. And I think desktop applications, that's a big plus.
So I don't know if you did this on purpose or it was a happy accident, but the blue border that you put around the map when you're kind of modeling stuff out, that's what model mode in TFMS looks like. It doesn't blink at you, but it's a unique blue color and it's a border around there, so.
That was a happy accident.
Good job.
And one more quick compliment, the proposal, the project plan, and the schedule and execution was very succinct, easy to follow and clear, and that also made looking at the prototype and the walkthrough very easy to comprehend each stage of the process, so kudos on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Judging panel, do we have any other questions? All right, I'd like to open the floor up to our audience. Go ahead and raise your hand if you've got a question for the team.
Seth again from Brigham Young University. This is just a really small thing, but I was curious, I might have missed it earlier when you were showing things. Is the colors up at the top a legend, or is that does that also allow some sort of filtering to go on up there at the top?
This guy?
Yeah.
Currently, it's mostly a legend. I think it was you guys who added the option of customizing weather and what's shown. Is that right? Somebody did, and that was a really good idea that I wish I had also thought of. But currently, it's just a legend.
Hi, Ferdy from Cal State East Bay. I don't have a question, but I just wanted to comment about the zooming and the prediction of weather. I thought it was a really smart move.
Yep.
Not yet. All right, go ahead and raise your hand if you've got questions for the team.
Hello, Alicia again. I didn't notice, and maybe I missed it. Did you have a concept about notifications and new information coming in, and do you have thoughts about how that might work?
Yeah, so that's not something that we've built out in a ton of detail. That would likely live through the log function. I think that would be a landing page for a lot of different things, and similar to having kind of a notification icon pop up in that navigation bar, either as just a little circle or potentially the entire button to make it really visible to the user when something requires attention.
And adding on to that a little bit, the top empty space that we see right here, so considering it's an agile design, we left that so that any additional functions that need to be added, there's available real estate for that.
Other questions? Matt?
I have another one here. When you were showing two features that I wanted to make sure I understood right, the drawing feature of the FAA, FCA, and the filtering function, I think you were walking through those, but did you have them mocked up in any way in your prototype? I liked the responsive filtering thing and how you were clicking through the menus, and I just wanted to see if you implemented that in any way that I just missed in the prototype.
In here specifically, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So unfortunately, with just limitations to how Axure functions, we weren't able to create a walkthrough without walking over other stuff that we wanted to do. But yeah, we would envision it. Let me pull up the recall. Basically, it'd be kind of visualized on the map where you're able to kind of draw your points. And then as you're making changes, it would reflect on the map. And then as well in the filters here with the latitude and longitude, it should be smart enough to fill that in, the actual parameters based on what you've drawn. For users who have a preference to manually type, it's also editable as well to make those changes.
Got it. Thank you for going back to that. I didn't catch that the first time. Thanks.
Other questions from the audience or from our judging panel?
Hi, John Crescenzo from Cal State East Bay. You were just showing that with the FCA, and then you add the longitude and latitude, right?
Yeah.
And so like the idea there, right, is that you can enter multiple and then it'll model multiple, right, in a sense, or?
So when the polygon and the line-shaped FEAs and CAs are drawn, the latitude and longitude coordinates are created to actually define the space that they're filling. So previously, that was its own separate tab. To us, it made sense to move it to the actual shape creation portion because that's what it directly relates to. And yeah, so if you are the type of person who loves just typing things in and that's the way your brain works, you can manually type it in and define the shape that you're creating. And if that's not your jam as much, you can draw it and it'll still map it for you.
Cool. All right.
Other questions?
So kudos to you on understanding all the intricate details of FEA, FCA creation. I think you're ready to go and like join the
So in one of your kind of goals of the project, you talked about providing more autofill functions. So I know you mentioned them in, for example, the shared sites that you could enter those in many ways. Are there other spots where you're envisioning an autofill to facilitate form entry and alleviate the user from having to fill and type and all that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, certainly as much as possible, I think where it's identified that there are known things that a user is going to fill in, it should populate that, be that selecting specific airports, airlines, all the sort of stuff that you're going to be filtering for, being able to start typing and just have things minimized as they stop being relevant. And then also anytime you're recalling something that's previously been created, all the information entry should be taken away from the user. They shouldn't need to go back in other than just to review and tweak it if it's changed relative to what they're doing now.
Other questions from our audience? Any other questions from our judging panel? And we don't have any on the live stream, right? All right.
Since we go time, I'm going to ask the question. I'd also love to hear from each of you what you found to be the most fun and interesting or exciting piece of this.
Let's start. Go, Tanner.
Hello. Probably for me is the process of having this big project and seeing it evolve over time was pretty fascinating and gratifying too overall.
I really loved interviewing experts and just seeing them watch our demonstration of the prototype and them being like amazed, being like, oh wow, that's pretty cool. And then there was one person we interviewed was like, this graphical is pretty bad. Thank you for updating it. Yeah.
For me, so the first year of grad school is heavily focused for us and the research side, and it was really cool getting to experience how to work with all the design tools and get to learn how to prototype. And it's understanding how much goes into making a complex system like this work. Yeah, it's very impressive.
For me, I just love planes, so all of this was really fun, but I definitely gained a lot of empathy for like when my flight is delayed, like why that happened, and there are usually very good reasons for it, unless it's United having a staffing shortage. That's on them, that's not on you guys at all.
For me, this was very interesting and really fun to work with my peers because I never thought that this complex and this, it was really exciting to see this complex and get to work on problem solving because I actually do love problem solving, and collaborating with peers was very fun, and interviewing with users and getting to know their insights. And then and when they say, oh, you actually nailed it, like it was fun. And then I was like, oh, wow. Okay, I'm glad. So yeah, that was really fun.
Any other questions? Oh, looks like we have a couple more.
Hi, Sinan from the University of Michigan. First of all, thanks so much for your presentation. And I know some of you dealt with canceled flights, so I could not tell if you are tired. Yeah, so one thing I wanted to ask you about is up there at the top, where you have polygon, line, circle, and then NAS. I might have missed this, but could you elaborate again on what the NAS button does?
So NAS is, if I'm remembering, like national airspace. So that's when instead of drawing a shape, you're selecting a specific like region to be the defined area.
So like a region of airspace you'd be selecting, basically.
Yeah, so if
Got you.
ZLC has staffing shortages at their main center, odds are the entire region needs to be accounted for when moving flights through there.
Okay, yeah, and I could even see like, for example, selecting certain sectors within like an ArtC. So yeah, no, that's really cool. Thank you.
Hi, Garrett Johns from Brigham Young University, and you just mentioned like how exciting it was to find the solution to your problem. So I'm curious, what was your process like of finding the right solution? Like, what sort of iterations did you go through? How did you explore different ways to approach this problem?
There was a lot of meetings over Zoom and conversations. I realize I've been talking a lot, but clearly I get excited about this. I think for me personally, just like trying to understand where the user is coming from and how, and a lot of it is inevitably going to be informed by your own life experiences, but how do you approach a situation when information is presented in front of you? What is the most intuitive but also functional way to go about making changes? I think for us, we focused a lot on for legacy users who are going to be coming off of the existing system onto the new one. They're learning a new thing is never fun for anybody, and especially if you've got a really set system, and especially in a safety critical domain where you've got patterns that are really, really set. It's important to not disrupt that if it's going to potentially lead to errors, which is the worst case scenario.
Hello? Going off of what Aaron said, a lot of it also came to just like collaborating with a diverse group of people. I don't think we would have gotten as much if we just like talked to only air traffic managers, even though that's the main, people. Yeah, just with our group, we have a diverse skill set too, with us having some people in design, research, human factors, engineering, and psychology. I think it really, like, that collaboration allowed us to have the product we have today.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, last call for questions. Thank you very much. And for our live stream audience, that was the last presentation for today, the San Jose State University team. We want to thank you so much for joining us today for the FAA TFM-AID Forum. We hope that you were able to watch all of the presentations, and if not, we'll hope to post a recording soon. And we want to thank you so much for joining us today and invite you to view our website tomorrow to figure out who the winners are. Thank you again.